Hello, welcome everyone to day one of our conference, Agile, DevOps and Testing, Methods and Tools for Business Value. My name is Payal Agarwal and I thank you all on behalf of the Unicom team for joining us today. Firstly, we would like to welcome and thank all our speakers and panelists. We have a great lineup of presentation and panel discussions, which we believe results in a highly engaging and thought-provoking agenda. I also want to say a special thank you to our sponsors, Sauce Labs, Lambda Test, and PeopleCert. Also, our professional and community sponsors, UK and Ireland Testing Board, TMMI Foundation, Agnostic Agile, and TTL, who have been sharing the conference with their communities. This event is going to be highly interactive throughout, and we invite and encourage you to put your own questions and points to the speakers during the Q&A and to the panelists during the panel sessions each day. Alongside the conference, there is also the exhibition space where you can meet technology and solution providers and professional bodies by visiting their booths. My colleague will explain shortly how to access the booths and meet the other participants there. As it is a virtual event, you can meet and speak with other delegates in the lounge and by visiting the exhibition booths. Please continue the discussion in our LinkedIn discussion group, Agile Testing and DevOps Discussion, and on our Twitter, hashtags are hashtag ADT Unicom, hashtag ADT Party. Our Twitter handle is at Unicom seminars. We would hugely appreciate if you could please fill in the feedback survey that has been shared with you by email along with the joining instructions. This feedback is valuable to us in shaping future conferences, and we thank you for taking a few moments to give feedback. All that remains for me to say is that we hope you will be inspired by this event and take away new ideas, techniques, and strategies that will challenge your thinking, which you can apply in your organization and with your team. I'll now hand it over to my colleagues who will start the proceedings. Enjoy the day. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the conference. Thank you for joining us. Today, I'm going to give you a short demo of how to join the different booths at the conference for both days. To the left of your screen, you will see an icon for booths. Once you click on it, you will see the booths of the various sponsors, partners, exhibitors, and organizer of the conference. You can choose to visit any booth of your interest. In order to do that, please click on the option Enter. Once you click on it, you will be directed to this page. To enter the booth, you will need to click on Join Wait Room option. Now you are in the wait room. The booth representative will send you an invite to join a meeting room, which will appear on your screen like this. To join the meeting room, you need to click on the option Accept. You are now in the meeting room where you can have one-on-one conversation with the sponsor, exhibitor, or organizer representative. We hope you have a valuable time at the conference. Thank you.
Coding is about solving problems, even if it takes all night. I love coding, but I hate testing.
Flaky tests drive me insane.
It takes forever, and then wrestling with the VMs and the browsers.
Waiting for tests to finish drives me nuts. It's a waste of my life.
Oh my god, the piece of mobile. That's probably the worst part. But then, I found Sauce. I just log in, point my test to Sauce. What used to take 30 hours now takes 30 minutes.
It gives me time to do the things I love. Any browser, any OS, for mobile or web. It's test automation made simple. And what's great is when you get your results back, you get video and screenshots, so I know exactly what to fix. While I'm out doing my thing, Sauce Labs' continuous testing cloud is working. Testing at the speed of awesome.
Hi, I'm Mayank Bhola, co-founder and head of product at Lambda Test. Lambda Test is a leading end-to-end cloud-based test orchestration and execution platform. Over 500 enterprises, including prominent Fortune 500 and G2000 companies, and over 1 million developers and testers from 130 plus countries rely on us for their test execution needs. We are an enabler of an ecosystem where developers can run all kinds of test cases written in any language or framework. The platform enables you to run your test cases at scale from anywhere at any time across 3,000 plus different browsers, different versions, and different operating system combinations. Lambda Test is razor focused to make the lives of developers and QA teams easier when it comes to the test orchestration and execution. We have released HyperExecute, a next-gen smart test orchestration platform to help businesses run end-to-end test automations at fastest speed possible. and are soon launching our test intelligence platform, Test at Scale. Founded in 2017, we are headquartered in San Francisco and have offices in Noida, Bangalore, and Chandigarh in India. And now we are coming closer to you. Lambda-Test is excited to sponsor Unicom Agile, DevOps and Testing Conference and meet you on the 28th and 29th of April. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Thompson, and I am the chairperson of the UK and Ireland Testing Board, the UKITB. We are proud to be a sponsor of Test Expo and Agile and DevOps Expo. The UKITB are the power behind the ISTQB exams across the UK, the Republic of Ireland, and wherever the English language is spoken around the world. We provide input to the ISTQB scheme itself in terms of syllabus content, etc., and we develop and manage the English language exams. If you have taken an English language exam, you will have taken an exam developed by the UKITB. We are always looking for help and assistance in our role. If you are interested, please drop by our stand and let us know you are. Enjoy the expo.
Hi, the TMMI Foundation is launching the first TMMI worldwide survey the 1st of June. Companies from all over the world have contributed to the survey. Would you like to be one of the first to see the results? You can register for free on our website.
Welcome once again to our conference, and we have an extensive program of talks on technologies and methods, and we're very much looking forward to it. So welcome, and to start the day off, we have Rajat Arora from the NatWest Group based in India, and he is going to talk about infrastructure as a code with AWS. So I hand it over to you, Rajat, and we have, after 20 minutes, we have a session for Q&A, but I'll come in and remind you if we are running too long. Over to you.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Dheera. So let me start my screen share and let me know if you guys can see the presentation. I hope you guys can see the presentation. Okay.
That we can see
Hi
it.
everyone. Yeah. Hi everyone. Let me quickly introduce myself. I am Rajat Arora and I'm working as a Vice President at NetWest Group India, and my core role is working with the technology transformation team and adopt the AWS as a cloud platform for our solutions. So today I'm here to present the session on infrastructure as a code to explain the benefits of infrastructure as a code and how easy it is to use this for the various cloud platforms. So let's understand the problem statement first. So with the advent of cloud technologies, everyone wants to rush to the cloud. They want to adopt to the cloud and want to bring the value to the organization. And if they go to the market, they'll see lots of cloud providers are available. So we have AWS, which has a very good presence. Then we have Microsoft Azure, we have Google Cloud, and everyone is deploying and trying to build up a very complex structures on these platforms. So they support lots of different technologies, different type of applications they can host on. They provide different security mechanisms. So it's very difficult for organizations to manage it. So the main purpose of for enterprises to move to cloud was to reduce the cost and the management effort. But when they rushed for it, when they started their journey, they realized like they're starting up ending more money and more time in these stuffs, in managing this stuff. So that is where it becomes another problem statement, like how to better manage your infrastructure, how to control your infrastructure changes, and how to even do the versional controlling around your infrastructure. So that is where infrastructure as a code comes as a rescue. So the major problems that people face is like inconsistent environments. So they do some changes in dev environment, and the same changes were not replicated to the production environment. There's always a gap between what they planned and what they actually delivered. And the speed was also very slow because they need proper experts for the same cloud environment, and all the changes were done manually. And these cloud providers provide a very fancy web UI which is very slow to respond, and it's very difficult to track all the changes altogether. So all these changes which are not controlled, they imposes a security risk, and it's becoming difficult for managing by the enterprises, and it ends up with a high cost rather than reducing the cost and giving the value to the organization. Ends up paying more cost in managing the infrastructure over cloud. So that is where infrastructure as a code comes as a rescue. So infrastructure as a code is a process where you can provision and you can configure your environment instead of using the manual effort. So you can write a code, and that code will work for you to manage your infrastructure. So because most of the organization have the IT departments who love to code and they know how to code. So now this is the way using which you can manage your infrastructures as well. So let's understand a high level flow, how it works. Like developer writes some infrastructure code which goes to a version control system. Then it is being picked up by one of the pipeline systems, which you call it as Jenkins or TeamCity. They perform some validation and then they push it to the cloud infrastructure or your on-premise infrastructure. So these tools have a capability to replicate changes onto multiple cloud infrastructure, and even they can manage the multiple environments for you. Like there's a separate script just to manage the dev environment. Once it goes and approved by the dev authority, it goes to the UAT environment, and once it is approved by the customers, it goes to the production environment. So let's understand how it changed the working of an infrastructure engineer. So everyone generally works in an agile mode nowadays. So with agile, they create a user stories for changing some configuration or adding new component on infrastructure. That story is assigned to the infrastructure developers or app developers. They write the code for creating the infrastructure, modifying the infrastructure. They have a reference of and a good repository of templates which are provided by the infrastructure tools, and then they make their changes, put the code into a source control system, something like Bitbucket, Git, or Stash, which is being approved by other developers. There is a way to review the code. If there are any issues in the code, the review comments will be given to the developers, and developers can again rework and rectify their scripts. And after that, they have a very good big systems which are working as a pipelines, something like Jenkins, where they have a complete infrastructure pipeline set up which picks the code from the source control. It builds the code, it performs validation on the code, and then based on the flow, it deploy the changes onto dev environment, staging, or prod based on their requirements. So this is the transition shift from a manual work to a automatic workflow, which is a complete controlled workflow, and it has a flexibility of version controlling as well. Like in case someone push a wrong security role group in the AWS cloud, which imposes a security threats in a manual way, it becomes very cumbersome to identify which wrong configuration has been done, how to roll it back in case there is a security issue happen in an organization. So that is where it is very easy to manage. You can track the stories, Jira stories in which the changes were done. You can track the code change. You can revert it to the older version in just few seconds and then again push it to the pipeline so that the changes can be rectified as early as possible without much manual effort. So that is also a big add-on. So this work almost like the standard developer day routine instead of the infrastructure engineer day routine. So let's understand there are many tools available in market which provides basic templates, scripts, policies, which are required as a guiding tool. And then you can see there are lots of tools in middle. Ansible is there, Terraform, Chef, and Puppet. All these tools are capable enough to do infrastructure as a code in their own capacity. You can do automatic creation of an environment using Terraform. You can do automatic configuration. You can use Puppet and Chef for automatic configuration and deployment of some softwares, patching of softwares. You can do many other fancy stuff, and the best part is you can do it onto the multi tenant environments as well, which are multi cloud environment, which are hosted environments, or maybe on premise environments. So these solutions can provide a ways to interact with almost all the popular services in the market. So let's understand what are the benefits of bringing this ISE. So it helps you to standardize your way of managing the changes onto on-premise and onto the cloud environment in a single pipeline. So the changes that you deploy to dev, it becomes a standard to deploy the same changes to the staging environment and then to the cloud environment. It increases the speed of going to the market because of agility bringing into it the control that this flow is bringing in. It increases the speed of the changes to the market, which actually adds on the business value and the um, monetary benefits also to the companies to saving the cost. And there's a reusability. So if you have pre-written templates, you have pre-written complex environment, you can reuse them for setting up the other teams and you will save lots of money and effort there. It is also very easy to collaborate here because these changes are not manual. So you can multiple developers can work on the same story and they can do the multiple changes together in a source control, and they can be deployed as a single unit onto the various environments. So AWS, as we know, like it's Amazon Web Services is the biggest platform for the cloud offering, public cloud offering. So AWS has started with a service which is known as Cloud Formation, which is its own service, and it provides a way to write code to manage the infrastructure. It is very easy to describe. Instead of writing a difficult code, you don't have to write a complex script or a Java code or something else. You can very easily use a descriptive languages based on YAML or JSON format, and you can define your infrastructure requirement and components. So AWS is very easy to use, especially around the cloud formation. It provides infrastructure as a code capabilities, but it's still very difficult to use. So many people are still not using it, though it is available out of the box from AWS, and many people are rather relying on the other services which are available because it needs a specific knowledge on AWS Cloud Formation when you want to use it, and other tools provide a generic knowledge that can be shared across multiple cloud providers as well. So let's talk about the other tools which are available. So we have Ansible, which is also very popular, and Terraform. So Ansible is majorly a configuration management tool. It has a good support. It also support ISE up to a level, but Terraform I'll say is a master in infrastructure as a code tool, and it is being used by most of the organizations. They have enterprise support as well that can help organizations to bring in the talent, upskill their existing infrastructure member, and start using the Terraform. Ansible follows the procedural approach, whereas Terraform works as a declarative approach, which is very easy to use, and any even people with the less technical knowledge can use Terraforms easily. Ansible is mainly used for configuration of the servers, maybe whether they have the right set of softwares, how to update the softwares, how to configure the existing services or other components on the servers, whereas Terraform is a best product where you want to orchestrate with the cloud services, orchestrate with the different cloud vendors. So you can set up a same script, you can deploy the script on AWS cloud, and the same script can be easily deployed onto the Google cloud as well without much changes. So the same environments can be replicated across multiple cloud platforms with the help of Terraform. So Ansible, the another good part of Ansible is like it supports bare metal provisioning on the bare metal servers as well, whereas Terraform does not have that support. So in case you have a requirement of managing the bare metal machines instead of virtual machines, then Ansible is the right choice to go for. And Terraform is not good in that area, but they may be coming up with these features soon. Ansible also provides support for packaging and templating, which is a very good idea which can be easily used, and it can help in reducing the amount of code that you have to write. But Terraform also lacking there, it does not provide good support around packaging and templating. You can still manage your code in a good way, but it's still lacking there in comparison to Ansible. The support is there, but it's still minimum or not up to the level of Ansible. So let's see a quick demo how these things can work. So let me take you to a demo window now. So this is my AWS console, and if I go to instances, I can see I only have one single instance running. And let me show you how we can create a script and how we can run that. So this is a sample Terraform script which is easy to create instance.tf, which is a Terraform script. So if I show this script, you can see like I want to create an AWS instance, and I want to name that instance as Terraform demo. That is my entity so that I can manage via code. I'm also giving a license to an AMI. This is a Amazon Linux AMI, which is a free tier AMI. I'm using T2 Micro as an instance type on AWS. I want to allow a public IP on this machine so that I can connect to that machine over the internet. And I'm also using a key name, which is a security key which I have already created so that I can connect to my instance as soon as it is created. And I'm also giving additional name as EC2 instance, and I'm marking it as a dev environment for my system. So let me jump on to the Terraform console. So it is a command line based tool. So we just need to run Terraform initialize command if you're running it for the first time. So this command ensures like you have all the setup on your system, or you have the latest plugin installed. In case there is a version mismatch, it alerts you. So it shows that I have a latest version available, which is 3.3.7 for AWS, but I don't want to run this. This is good for me. So if I want to create any infrastructure, I need to run the Terraform plan command first. So this Terraform plan commands will validate the script which I have written, which is shown on the screen. It validates whether I am using a right syntax, right things for creating an instance. And if everything is fine, it says that it's going to add one operation. It's not going to change anything, and it's also not going to destroy anything on the environment. So Terraform plan has confirmed like the script is safe enough to be deployed. And how we can deploy is using Terraform apply. So this Terraform apply picks up the script and then execute the calls to the AWS cloud environment with the credentials that we have configured, and it will apply the changes to the environment. So it has initiated the operation. So let's go and validate that. So if I refresh my AWS console, we could see a new entry which is being popped up as my EC2 instance with the settings which I have given. So here I can see like I have given EC2 instance, and with this name it's popping up a new instance on AWS cloud. And as I have enabled the public IP association, so it has allowed the public IP association to my machine. And if I go down, I can also validate the key pair which I have selected for this. So here we can see like I have selected the demo key pair for my machine. So here it is. So the demo key pair is applied to the machine. So it keeps on polling the details from AWS cloud until the machine is ready to use. So it keeps on checking. the details. So we can go back, we can see instance is still in a pending state. As soon as it comes back to running state, so Terraform will also reply like instance is ready, and we can also cross check like it is giving me a reference ID which is ending with A7693. So here I can cross check like A7693 is the instance which is created by Terraform. So it says that apply successfully. It has added one resources. So in the similar way, I can check in this script into my Bitbucket or any source code control repository. I can validate the things from there. I can do a version controlling and everything. And in case I want to delete the complete infrastructure, I just need to say Terraform destroy. So again, there is no going back. In case you destroy the environment, everything will be deleted from the cloud provider. You can again create it from scratch from the same script, but one time it will delete all the instances from AWS. So we need to confirm, yes, we want to delete. Yeah, so it has started the deletion of the environment. So here I just showed a basic example like how easy it is to write a code and then manage your infrastructure instead of using a big launch wizard here and then planning and then doing a manual stuff. It is very easy via tools like Terraform to manage the stuff. So let's summarize whatever we have done till now. So we have seen infrastructure as a code is a very effective tool to with developers to collaborate, speed up the deployment things, do a version control, security control, and a much better control than manual processes over your infrastructure management. That's all I have for today. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take up those questions.
Hi, Rajat. There is that on the right-hand side, there's a tab for Q&A. So if
Okay,
we go there are some questions here already. So if you want to start,
sure.
can you read it or do you want me to read it out?
Yeah, I can read it. So I think the first
Read it.
question is, what is the value
I
proposition of
think,
IAC? Yeah, so the value proposition for IAC is like this is it you a way around your infrastructure because infrastructure does not have a view like applications. It is very difficult to be conceptualized by higher management because they invest money, they want to have a control in their organization. So infrastructure is a tool which gives that view to the organization that they can control and this is the value proposition like you'll bring in the security controlling and the collaboration in a task and you will be saving a lot of money there. We have another question which is how easy it is to set up IAC and what kind of a skill sets we need for IAC. Again, ISC is not very difficult to use. You need to learn very few tools like Ansible or Terraform because that is the tools which are majorly common in the industry. And most of the tools work in the same way. Like if you want to use Cloud Formation, that also works in the same way the Terraform works. You need to use declarative syntax using YAML structure or JSON structure. And it does not need too much additional skills. Definitely, you need to upskill your infrastructure engineers to understand the complete flow, the agility that you want to bring in, but not too much. Okay, we have another question. Both Terraform and Ansible are open source tools. So there are free versions available, but they both also have an enterprise support. So in case you are looking for an enterprise solution, they have a big team where they have a complete team. They bring in their knowledge and they train your people as well, and then they set up a complete infrastructure controlling around the enterprise level controls around the infrastructure. So we have one more question here. Is it in Terraform that you link to a code repository? No, so Terraform does not have a default support. So GitLab public offering has some integrations with Terraform that they provide integration with Terraform so that you can use out of the box solutions, but Terraform scripts are just like a text file and or maybe any other code file that you can check in and you can do in any of the controls like Git or Bitbucket. But Terraform by default does not provide any code repository or any other branching solution. So it is majorly being provided by the other tools, and then you need to integrate that with Terraform. But GitLab has a very good integration. So GitLab provide an environment where they have a specific build scripts and build steps for Terraform scripts before they apply the changes onto the actual environment. Yeah, I think those are the questions we have.
No, there's another one here. Is it Terraform that you link to code repository?
Yeah, Dhira, I just answered
You
that.
just did it, so beg your pardon.
Yes.
Okay.
No, this not.
So, okay, and we have a little time if you want to go over any other points that you want to stress on, so we could do that while we wait for more questions to come.
Yeah, sure. So again, as we said, like today is the world where people are looking to adopt the cloud, but the major challenges they're facing is around the skill set. So that is also where the infrastructure as a code help. Like if you bring in a person with the knowledge of infrastructure as a code tool like Terraform, they can do the management of multiple cloud platforms for you, whether it is Google Cloud, Windows Azure Cloud, AWS Cloud. So it is a good investment. Like you need to do one investment which can be helpful for managing all the different cloud providers or different environments, and it gives you a good control around the overall enterprise architecture as well, because everything is controlled in a repository now where you have a full control of version controlling. You can roll back the changes. If any problem happens, you can rebuild the environment. In case something got deleted by mistake, you can rebuild the whole environment with just few clicks. So that is a big value or add that infrastructure as a code can bring in. Okay, we have
Okay.
another question. What are the actual benefits of IAC? Again, as I mentioned, the biggest benefit of infrastructure as a control tool is to bring in the developers onto a standardized way of creating different environments, because Cloud provides a different terminology, they provide a different set of structures, and some other tools like AWS, other cloud providers, they have a different, totally altogether a different set of requirements. But bringing in the infrastructure as a code standardize your all environment. It gives you a standard way to design, manage, and understand, and it also bring down the learning curve. Like if someone knows how to create infrastructure using Terraform on Google, it will be very easy for them to do the same thing on other cloud providers. So in that case, with a very less amount of money investment, you can bring in a lot of skills in your company, and you can manage multiple cloud providers very easily, especially around the infrastructure and also for the configuration. So as we discussed, like Terraform is good in infrastructure management. So most of the organization use a combination of Terraform and Ansible both, so that both tool can be used, and the good part of both the tools can be utilized to get the maximum value out of the investment.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Rajat. That was a very interesting presentation. I'm sure it's of great value to the technology people who are interested in the technology and others. And we have a little time, so can I ask the delegates to please go to the lounge, meet others there. So there's a very good time to network, and of course to visit our sponsors booth. They are there. There's Source Lab and Lambda Test. Lambda Test has an announcement to make. They are giving $100 Amazon vouchers for 2 lucky survey forms that are completed. So please go visit them, talk to them about their tools. Lambda Test has this survey to complete, and Source Lab would show you what they have on offer, but also network amongst yourself. And we just have 5 minutes here to go through, and then we'll meet for the next presentation by Nanda Kumar Ramakrishnan. So I'll see you in a little while, and have a good time visiting booths and networking. See you soon.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are on to our second presentation by Nanda. There's a noise here. By Nanda Kumar Ramakrishnan, and he is going to talk about test container platforms. And Nanda Kumar is from ING Bank, and so we look forward to getting some very good information from him.
Hi.
Over to you, Nanda.
Thank you, Dheera. Hi, I hope everyone is able to hear me, and you can also see my screen. Okay. So let me introduce myself. I'm Nanda, Dr. Nanda Kumar from ING. I'm a product owner for test automation and DevOps platforms, and we also run chaos engineering. My expertise are on mainly into testings, but I also deep dive into securities and also chaos engineering. So without any further delay, let me start onto the session. So today we'll be looking into test container platform, the way in which you can run a cloud containerized continuous testing. To start on to the session, once again, yeah. Today's agenda will be something like this, starting with an introduction, then we run through the test container platform overview. We will deep dive to how it works and type of testing and its benefit. And then we wrap up with a quick takeaway and Q&A. So fasten your seatbelts, we'll start with your introductions. So today's next generation of quality engineering is mainly into 3 important entities. What are the 3 important entities? That you can see it on a screen is that a cloud, container, and continuous testing. And these 3 entities usually brings enormous value add and enormous advantage in terms of quality engineering. And what we are trying to look at it is how an integral part of these 3 entities can help us. Especially when you want to operate, in a centralized solutions where these 3 entities, combined together can give a value add. So that's where we want to hit as a target. That's what the test container platform is all going to give the value add. So let's look into each entity one by one. So starting with the cloud and the testing. Now, if you want to understand what is cloud and testings, very simple way to look at it is what Gartner analysis was established in one of their articles. Gartner analysis says 85% of their organizations going to be focusing on cloud principles by 2025. That means most of their digital journeys, most of their digital strategies is going to be embedded with cloud. So there's not going to be any systems which is non-cloud environment, or it is which is not integrated with the cloud. That means in the coming years, you will see most of the solutions or most of the software which you developed is based on cloud, and software is going to be translated into cloud. So that means cloud will be a part and parcel of any software. So that's the trend at which we are running into the cloud, and cloud for testing gives enormous benefit. So understand a little bit on the basics. Let's start with what is cloud and what kind of type of cloud we have and how it works with the testing. The cloud comes with a very basic classification as like a public cloud, a private cloud. A public cloud can be an Azure or AWS and so on. A private cloud can be a company hosted their own cloud. For example, ING has its own private cloud and so on and so forth. And if you look at the testing part of view, it can be categorized into three different classifications. A classification where you start with cloud-based tools for testing, where you say that cloud-based tools are there, and then you use that for testing. Either it is the application that resides in cloud or application which resides outside the cloud. The other major area is the applications which are deployed in cloud and the cloud-based tools which are used for testing. So that means you have an application which needs to be tested that is deployed in cloud, and based on that, you want to measure how it behaves, how it works, and so on. The other niche category is what we also hit upon is testing in cloud infrastructure, and that means cloud infra is used in one among the integral part of the cloud, and cloud becomes a one among integral part of any of the applications, but still a cloud has been involved. So in any of these three categories, we get a enormous amount of advantage as listed on a right hand side. And those are a very key advantage what we get. One of the very important advantages, you get dynamic test environment on demand. That means you want a test environment, what you are looking for, and you can get it on demand and so on and so forth. A very simple example is I want to test it, a particular browser of an Edge browser with a Windows and so on. Then you can spin a VM with it, which is having a Windows VM with an Edge, and then you can test it and so on and so forth. And if you look at it in mobile devices, and it's again a big area, but still you can get a good amount of dynamic and test environment on it. And it is also dynamic because once the testing is conducted, you can patch it down or you can kill it down, and then you can re-put it in. And it also gives you a scalability option, and vertical scalable and horizontal scalable options. That is, you want a huge machines, then you can scale it. And with the huge machines, you want a low machines, you can store it in the low machines and multiple machines and so on and so forth. So all this, very simple calculation is it brings a lot of cost value. That is a low cost operations with respect to testing and so on. And testing cost can be enormously reduced. Now this is more into the cloud part. Let's look into continuous testing part. In a continuous testing, today most of the companies are adapting DevOps. Why they are adapting DevOps principle? Because the world is trying to deliver the software as fast as possible, and applications wants to deliver as fast as possible. Now, if fastness is one of the important key, then the great pressure comes on testing as well. Because why? Each software which goes faster and faster to the market has to be tested. There has to be regression done. The regression has to be cleared. The risk of the of the software has to be measured. And the risk testing has to be taken care. New defects has to be raised. New defect has to be identified, and then you have to ensure that there is no defect on it. Downtime should be avoided, and then you have the enormous testing to ensure that the downtime doesn't exist on the new application or new software what you're trying to release. Now, if you're looking at this speed, then normal manual testing, or if you're looking at automation testing by manually triggering, will never be good enough. It will create a huge amount of bottleneck. Especially manual testing will be a huge bottleneck. So the one and only solution is continuous testing. And many people today, they look at continuous integration and then putting some tools, we can achieve continuous delivery. No, continuous deliveries cannot be achieved unless and until continuous testing comes into integral part of it. So that means the equation will always be continuous integration with continuous testing. That brings continuous delivery, which is a full-fledged continuous delivery. No, this is part of continuous testing. So you can use any kind of tools. For example, you can use Azure DevOps as a tools where pipeline plays a very important role, which can enable you to get your continuous testing done. Of course, Azure test plans will also be complementary to it, where all the test artifact and test implementations can be plugged and also pointed out. And we also have Azure boards which can present you dashboards on testings and so on. It can do analytics and so on. So as a continuous testing, it's not only Azure DevOps. You can also use Jenkins. You can use any other tools as well. But for a simplicity, as I just said, Azure DevOps is also one of the great value-added tools. Now, since we know about cloud and continuous testing, let's look at test container. What is it all about? So in the very olden days, we used to have one monolithic or two monolithic server, a huge servers where the entire applications are used to be spinned, and then that becomes the core of our applications. And if that dies, the entire application dies. That trend slowly came out when a virtual machines came into picture, or a virtual world come into picture, or a cloud entity come into picture, where in a virtual you can at least spin many number of VMs, and we can have n number of VMs which can serve the solutions and so on. So today the trend is fully into microservices. What is microservices? Majorly microservices, a small service which can do a specific operation like a login and so on. And how this microservices are deployed mainly into containers. So today the world is looking at microservices, and containers are one of the most important critical items to get the agility and the fastness and the speed. So container is nothing but a small entity of the same applications and their integral component put in a container, and then the dependencies have been taken out from the VM, and then it can run as a small containers as effectively as possible. So if you want to take an application into a container, that means you wrap an application. For example, you have a Java-based applications which needs a Tomcat to run, then you put a Java-based applications and the Tomcat inside a container, and then make it as an application container. So in our testing, what we can do is we can take the same thing, a test frameworks, testing tool and their dependencies, then put it into container and make it as a test container. A very simple example is we can take a Selenium dependency of whatever it requires, so Java and so on and so forth, and then put it into a container and make it as a test container. And that is what we want to look at as in test container platforms. Now, since we know what is now the test container is all about, so now let's get into an overview of test container platform. So test container platform is a complete solution of platforms which can give empowerment to a test automation to a cutting edge in a containerization solutions. Why container? Container today revolutionized the cloud environment itself. It's mainly into architecturing and building a faster development lifecycle into continuous delivery. That means it will help you in terms of building applications, deploying an application, managing an application. As you know that it can build an applications, deploy and manage applications, you can also do the same thing for testing. In test ecosystems, you can build a test artifact, you can deploy a test artifact, you can also run the test artifact for the testing. A very simple example is today, more than 2 billion containers are run behind the Google services. You take any example of a Google, either you're doing a Google search, or you're doing an email check on Google, or you're watching a YouTube video. It is more likely that you are hitting one of the containers and it is getting served from one of the containers. And why the container has the power? Because of three important key entities. What is the three important key entities? It's nothing but the container gives you a consistent environment. The environment within the container and the space within the container and dependency what you put into containers doesn't get shuffled. It is a containers which consistent environment will be there inside the container. And we will see more into our coming slides how this will help in testings. And these containers can run anywhere. You put the container and container is ready. You put it into any container platform, it will be able to run it. So it gets you full flexibility to run anywhere. And containers are isolated. The environment what you put in a container cannot be changed from the outside world. And the container what you have, it's an isolated environment where you can say, hey, this is a path, this is a dependencies which we need, and so on. So that gives the power that the consistent environment which will be power and a lightweight to run what exactly it needs. And testing and automation solution needs this kinds of containerization solutions which will help it, and that is what this test container platform can give the complete solution. In today's world, when you look at your, your continuous testing infinite loop, the test container platforms plugs and plays directly into testing lifecycle of that, and then it gives you a continuous testing empowerment fully. Now, if you want to understand more, a little bit on Kubernetes, just to see what is Kubernetes and how it works on a test container platform. A Kubernetes is nothing but an open source containerization architecture systems, which will allow you to easily deploy containers, control containers, scale the container, manage the containers, and so on. So what we have done is we have put Kubernetes cluster in a cloud and made it as a backbone to a test container platform. And that will help you to take this any kind of automation or a scripts or any kind of testing entities to run it independently. And since it is in Google, out of the box solutions on Kubernetes, and so it gives them full flexibility and the value add on what the Kubernetes can give you today. And Kubernetes easily has a way to deploy, scale, and manage the container easily into the clusters. Not only that, Kubernetes also gives a major advantage with a high reliability and better availability. The availability of the pod and availability of the containers makes the availability of the tool and availability of execution of a test ecosystems. And since the containers are very light, and it gets only what it's needed for, and it will run as fast as possible, and so on and so forth. So faster executions also can be achieved. Since now we know about how this test container platform is empowered, let's go into how it works and how it can be demonstrated and so on. Let's take a simple example. And I have here Azure DevOps pipeline, and I want to run a simple test of Selenium and test it in an applications. Let's say I have a cloud, and in a cloud I have an application under test which needs to test it. Of course, you can also put an application under test outside the cloud. You just need a connectivity from a cloud to test it and so on. As a test container platform, it has a test container cluster. So for here, I'm talking about test container platform K clusters. And a K cluster has a pod. Pod just is a simple way to say what is container storing area. So wherever there is a pod, for people who don't know about containers, they can just understand these are places where containers can spin. These small containers can spin upon it. So what today test container platforms can empower is it can get this cluster and get your connections and seamless connections from your Azure DevOps to your containerization platforms. Once the connections are established, it allows you to spin the framework what you need. So for example, you say, hey, I want a Selenium with a Java frameworks. They can spin a container with a Selenium with a Java frameworks. And that means the dependency within these containers are whatever it's needed for Selenium and whatever the it needed. For example, it needs a JDK, it needs a particular actions and so on. Or it can be a JMeter with a different entities for performance testing and so on. Once that is there, then TCP provides you instrumentations which can easily upload your scripts. So script file will be uploaded inside a container. So your latest scripts will be there inside a container. Then it instruments you to run the containers successfully inside the pod, which will allow you to test your AUT, which needs to be tested. And then once the test is completed, then your results are formed in the pod. That will be pulled back to the Azure with the instrumentation of test container platforms. Now the Azure contains your results in a very standard format, as JUnit format, and so on and so forth. And then now you can put it in Azure DevOps in the dashboards pipeline for analysis and analytical and so on and so forth, which will give greater value add to see what is your trend analysis. Once all this is done, then the execution is completed. Then you kill the pod and allow the pod capacity to use for another type of executions. Now you see the pod is execution is complete. Now the pod is free enough to use for other testings. Similarly, you can scale in any number of prod and any number of containers as we need, and you can also do in parallel containers to run on the test container platforms. Now it gives you a high flexibility in terms of horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. Of course, you know that From a cloud, you can get an horizontal and vertical scaling. Again, from a container, you're getting it. So you get a double benefit on it. And then you run your test only for what you need. And then the test is completed, then you destroy it. Then that phase is available, or that capacity of the resources available for others to run it. And you can run a small pod, you can run a big pod, and so on and so forth, based on what kind of testing for performance you might need a higher one. And this one, you want to run parallel runs, then you can still run into parallel runs of the pods, and so on and so forth. Similarly, as I said, it is easy to put the consistent run in any architecture design. We also have the same thing which you can set up in OpenShift. OpenShift is again a container platforms which you can do it. We already have this in place also because we need it for our flexibility and so on. So that's the same spin of the pod, spin of the containers can still run here also. So you can get the your output from the container, running it in any of the cloud platforms. So whether you are running it in a different cloud or when you are running it in a different container platform doesn't matter, because the container remains same, the container dependency remains same. So what kind of testings can be conducted? What benefits you will get? You can do any kind of testing by using this cloud container platform, starting from functional till the performance testing. And you can use any different tools and different methodology of testing. For example, you can use Selenium with a Java, where you can use adapter where TCP/8 Maven adapter will help you to spin a pod or spin a container which requires on this. And or you can also use a Selenium with Node.js, or Selenium with a Python, where WebDriver and Python can also help it. Or you can use a totally different tool like Cypress or Playwright and so on. At present, we have all these adapters where different teams are currently able to use. Similarly, if you come into API testings, you can use any Postman collections and run it. It is a very simple way. It's called Newman, and then you can run it. Or you can use any commercial tools of an API testing. So, for example, Ready API, and you can also manage your licensing and other parts inside a container, which will be a more optimal way of managing the license. You can do integration testings. For example, we have rational integration testers which can be integrated on the container platforms, and you can do integration testing on it. And we use this also for some amount of integration testing. The major advantage you also get it is performance testing. Either a tool like JMeter or a Catling can be used for the performance testing. Now, in the performance testing, the good thing is, if you say, hey, I want to test a small TPS of 2 to 10 TPS and so on, you can spin a pod which is of a small capacities, like half a core CPU or a 1 core CPU. And again, you want to do a higher TPS test, for example, 40 TPS test, 20 TPS test, you can spin a very huge pod of 2 core CPUs and so on. Of course, you can also spin multiple pod and spin it in and do a multiple run on it. So you get full-fledged flexibility when you're actually doing it in a performance testings with respect to pod, and you can run any number of parallel pods into it. And you can also do a long test on it. People who know performance testing, they know endurance test. You can still enable endurance testing on it and so on. All the list, what we are saying is currently we are able to enable and able to run it in our ING platforms and so on. So apart from that, you can also do mock testing. If you can spin a mock of a container and then get a mock testing with respect to integration testing. You can also do contract testing. You can also browser-based container testings. You can do it, and containers can be spinned in browsers. Say, for example, I want a browser with a Firefox, and I want a browser with a different Chrome browsers of older versions and so on. You can still spin them and then get the testing done with respect to the same power of test container platform. Since it's a continuous testing, you also get the enability of run the test dailies, or you can run a nightly build, you can run a hourly build, and so on. Today we run more than some of the critical components where we run 24 tests a day, and then more than 100 tests per week, and so on and so forth per critical component. So such that those critical components are well engaged and well identified with respect to. So as you already know from most of the slides, you are already getting major benefits. So one of the best benefit what you get is cost reduction. As a cloud, you know that cost reduction is a very important entity. With the container, you get a lot of benefits, and then your continuous testing will be able to give you more integral benefit. And then the scalability and agility. As I said, in JMeter and on the performance testing, the scalability is very easy to adjust, and you can scale a number of pods. You can also say, hey, I want to run 500 tests immediately on it. Then you can say 100 tests in one pod, and another 100 tests in other pods can be tested, and so on and so forth. Then another part is agility. You can say, hey, I want to run an older version, I want to run a newer version. For example, Cypress 7 is an older version. Many scripts are written in 7, many scripts are written in 9, but you don't want to run it in older versions, and newer versions is still possible. You want to baseline something on security. For example, JMeter, which was having a Log4j vulnerability, which shook the world in 2021. And of course, it is still many teams are battling around the game. So you want to say, hey, those JMeters today you are running should never be, security breached, or it should have a secure complaint one. Then you can spin a containers which contains the latest versions, and then you can ensure that the entire team uses the correct version of the containers. That means the agility of controlling is also comes to picture. Apart from that, the faster time to market, the confidential check are easiest with this ones, because with this agility you get this easily, and then you can also do easy go, no go decisions and so on, and all together you get a better test delivery. So today we support more than 300 plus squads who are able to run the test in various methodologies and so on. We run almost like a 15 to 20K container runs, and we are expecting 500,000 container run by end of this year. We do proper product reviews to see the tools are well reused, and we get the feedback from the teams. And as I said, as a bank, we are highly into secured, so we have made that test container platform as a secured entity, and it gives you flexibility to test a functional performance, mock and other kind of entities very easily. So with this, what is my conclusion of takeaway? My conclusion of a takeaway is very 3 important elements. A, please focus yourselves to see that how you can enable and establish a testing in cloud and a container together, because that gives enormous value add. Ensure that continuous testing is being empowered to see that the complete continuous integration and continuous delivery is achieved, because without continuous testing, your continuous delivery is incomplete. So ensure that your completeness is achieved. Try to hit the target and run in an integrated manner to the such that you can get a maximum benefit. That means you have to hit the target where you can get most of the benefit of all these 3 different entities. And that is what we call as cloud container continuous testing. That's it. You can contact any of the, LinkedIn, and I'm opening for Q&A.
Yes, thank you. There are some questions already.
Sure. I can take up the questions. Okay, can we spin the test container for any testing tools? Yes, literally you can spin test container for any testing tools. The type of testing slide which I showed you, those are testing tools which we currently have it. And these has been tools which are used by various teams of various squads of various countries. Yes, literally talking, we can spin for any testing tools. And more you have it in a container, it uses high agility to use it in any different methodology. I hope that answers the question. And does the solution works for a multi-cloud? Definitely. Very simple way to tell it is we run this in our internal cloud, and Azure DevOps is a SaaS solution. So that itself shows a multi-cloud. But you can point this and run it in any entity of a multi-cloud. Definitely it will fit. So in the slide, I'm just showing a cloud because to make the understanding easy, but it can be a multi-cloud, multi-environment. You can fit container platform also, and that is what we today have. And definitely it will fit on anything on a multi-cloud as well. Compared to a traditional VM and container, have a potential more concentration security risk. Can you please share views on this? There are different views on the container versus VM. The security risk is there in any new technology which comes into picture. Now the question lies it is, how do you follow the best practices in order to make that new technology well feasible and secured enough? Now, if you look at it, a container point of view, a VM is still open. In a container, you can stay an immutable container. That means the container, once it's manufactured, then it cannot be modified where it is not authorized to modify it and so on. So if you look at it in that angle, container is more secured and you can give more security nature into picture. The other thing is, like for a container, you can control the image and the dependency centrally. For example, today in ING, we don't allow any older version of an JMeter to run it, because if you run it in test container platform, you don't get an older image at all because it is centrally controlled. And that is the entity you get the advantage when you take it in control, containers. But in VM, that flexibility is very difficult to get it. So very simple way to say it is, any new technologies, yes, security risks are very getting into higher, but there are mitigations and best practices. When you follow it, you get higher advantage rather than what you can get it in other tools. Do you have any stats on cost savings? Definitely, yeah. I'm not going to talk as cost saving in terms of euro or pound and so on and so forth, but a very simple way of cost saving is that if you take a VM of let's take a VM of a 2-core CPU or 4-core CPU and then say, I want to run a test for 2 tests, a morning a suit of 1 hour and evening a suit of 1 hour. Then in the middle of the day, your entire VM is not used. But if you say the container, you can spin a container and then get the test done, and then once the container is killed, the space is available for other people to spin it. And similarly, any kind of test. If I park a test machine for UI testing because it needs a browser and so on and so forth, and I need a separate test machine for an performance testing, then you're parking 2 machines for it. And minimum you need one core to 2-core CPU to boot the machine itself. But if it's a container, then you don't require anything. You just need a container to spin it whenever it required and then de-spin it. So that means you're doing enormous amount of cost savings. So minimum you will get, if you combine cloud and containers, minimum you will get 2x of the cost savings what you can achieve. Then the optimizations of what you want to do it. For example, I want to run a simple test of API testing with an half-core CPU, I can do it. In VM, you cannot spin an half-core CPU of an OS itself. It's a very difficult ballgame. In a container, it's very, very simple ballgame. So that's a simple way to tell how you get cost benefits. How do you take care automation script maintenance? Yeah, but see, this solution doesn't take into the scope of automation script maintenance. It's a scope of automation script maintenance is outside the test container platform, but you get a feasibility, because if you have an older script and you want to run a newer script, you can run both the scripts and both the servers and both the containers, and then check that whether the newer version is working fine and older version is working fine with respect to the newer version of an app and older version of an app. So you get that flexibility. Whereas if you want to do the same thing in your non-container game plan, then it is very difficult. And I can also quote a very good example. For example, there are teams who are migrating from Oracle client to 12 to 19. And if you want a dependency of the scripts, Oracle clients has to be put into your framework and then need to talk. Once you've done it, then you cannot run it in an older version. But if you're in container, you can keep the 2 scripts in 2 different branches, and you can run it in a separate container 1 and container 2, and you can still test it. So you get the flexibility there, but script maintenance part, this will not give it. This will complement for your script maintenance part.
Okay. That seems, thank you, Nanda Kumar. No more questions have come in. Thank you for a very involved presentation with a wealth of information. I'm sure everybody has enjoyed it very much. We will again, of course, see you at the panel session in about half an hour's time. So I welcome everybody to come and join the panel too. And I think we just got a minute to go. No, we are right on time. So thank you, Nanda Kumar. And let's move on to the next presentation.
Thank you for a great opportunity. I like to take the questions even in offline, so please catch me into
That'd
any
be
of
good.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello.
Hi, welcome everybody to our next presentation. This is Cyprian Frunza from King, and he is going to talk about creating quality process while working in a hybrid environment. I'll leave it to him to explain, to talk about that, and also to introduce himself. And Cyprian, you have about 20 minutes and 10 minutes for question and answers.
All right.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Dira.
Okay. No problem.
Sharing my screen here. All right, I got the pointer and it's full screen, right? So let's start. My name is Cyprian Frunza. I've been in the QA field for 13 years now, and currently I'm the QA craft lead at King, working with the Candy Soda project. For those of you who don't know, Candy Crush Soda is the second title in the Candy franchise, and it was launched in 2014. It's a mobile mastery game with new graphics, new mechanics, and new game modes compared to its predecessor. But we're here to talk about QA. So today I would like to share with you my experience and how we QAs in Candy Soda managed to lower the bugs discovered in the release candidate by 80%. We embedded QAs in the release process and made it more risk-based, so solving problems before they become a reality. And we coached the quality mindset throughout the team. A quick summary of the things I will present. I will talk about the soda release cycles, our iterations on the team test sessions, and how we managed to get the team involved. But first, a quick overview on the Candy Soda team. We have around 180 people in the team, out of which 9 QAs. The team is split in 4 communities, Arkham, B, C, and Tenacious D. People work from various countries in Europe, with QAs located in Stockholm and Barcelona only. The release cycles. The release team is usually composed of 1 QA, 2 developers, 1 backend, and 1 build engineer. The releases are on a bi-weekly release cycle, so 10 business days. In the first day, we have the kickoff, and the release team rotates, and each community contributes. The QA role here is usually to facilitate the session and communicate to the rest of the team the important dates for that specific release. In day 3, we have the code freeze. The release team preps the release candidate, and QA supports the team in smoke testing the build. In day 5, we have the all hands team test where the entire team of Soda is invited. QA plays a huge role here, and we'll talk about this part of the release in depth in the coming slides. On day 7, we have the regression testing. With the help of outsourcing QAs, we test the most important parts of the game using test trail and the risk-based test plan provided by the QAs in Soda. In days 8 to 10, if everything looks good after the regression testing, we continue with the server release with Android and the other platforms. A sync with the next release team is carried out, and the cycle restarts. Now let's talk about the team test. All hands team test. Before working from home, our team test would take place in big meeting rooms in Stockholm and Barcelona offices. QAs from each locations would host by setting up the whiteboard with things to focus on, setting up a video call between the 2 locations. People would join in those big meeting rooms, and they would test the release candidate. When the pandemic came, we were sent to work from home, and we had to adapt to the new situation. In QA, we started using different tools in different locations. In Barcelona, we started using Google Sheets, while Stockholm started using Miro. Let's see how the Barcelona QA team used Google Sheets for the team test. We had a how-to section and other tabs for iOS and Android platforms. And this is how a tab would look like. With a platform, feature names, simple test cases, and a cheat section. People would be pre-assigned to those tabs, and they would go through the tests one by one. Comps would be kept in the same tab. We would talk here about the bugs that were found. The cons of this, first, we needed to navigate 6 tabs in order to provide support to our team. There was a lack of flexibility on what to test, as QAs would pre-assign people to tabs. It was monotonous and unchallenging, and someone could even be alone in their testing tab. And we were not able to communicate priorities efficiently. The pros were that it was easy to track the data and make decisions after the team tests. In Barcelona, the team knew how it works, and it was stable and an easy setup. You can see here our feature coverage, basically. Now let's talk about Miro. The Stockholm QA started using it, and they created a board while the Barcelona QA team was using the Google Sheets. Both teams wanted to align, and we were looking for more commitment and involvement from the team. We wanted a better visual board where people could choose what to test, and QAs would provide short guidance on what to test with a risk-based approach, so that we focused on the relevant features. Here we have the first iterations of the general layout of the board. We got inspired by the trading card games and started brainstorming on different types of layouts. We had a vertical layout, horizontal one, and even a mixed one. We noticed that all versions we came up with had things in common, like splitting features by priority and color-coded areas that are easy to identify. The feature cards had to be easy to understand and navigate. So we had to mark the important parts, and there were various ways of displaying the title, seen here, some feature art, the test cases, the cheats, as you can see around here, bug section where everybody would contribute, and the people that signed up for those features to test. The version we went forward with looked like this, and it contained all the elements we needed. You can see on the left side a card before testing, and on the right side we have one at the end of the session. People would mark themselves as done or X if they found a bug. This is the place for the bugs and how it would look on the board. So the new board for the Barcelona QA looked like this. Much better looking board, obviously, with some nice QR codes that people would use in installing the release candidate on their mobile devices, new feature details to our Confluence pages, and the team's avatars, which people would use to assign themselves to whatever feature they would like to test. The features would be placed accordingly to their priority. For example, a newly added feature would be placed in the high priority side. With time, we would push back features to lower their priority, but we would also keep an eye on the KPIs of each feature so that we don't ignore any big feature. Let's call it like that. And on the right side, we have here more info on cheats or older features, and we added something called orphan bugs. The sections we would add any new bug that didn't belong to the features we had on the board. And of course, we added a feedback section where the team would share what they think about the board, suggestions on how we can improve it, what they dislike, stuff like that. The pros, we had a risk-based testing board where all the team in Barcelona is present. We streamline tests. It's visual, interactive, both for QAs and the rest of the team. Overall, better experience. The cons, new people in the team would have difficulties navigating the board. It was easy to break the board by unlocking elements by mistake for everyone. And as QAs, we had less control on what people were testing, and it was a bit more tedious to prepare it. Right. While the Barcelona QAs were trying their new Miro version of the board, the Stockholm board was getting bigger and bigger. From its humble beginnings, seen here, to its giant form, displayed here. Feature cards were piling up, and the team had it more and more difficult to navigate the board. So we plan to unify the boards into a single one for our new vision of one QA team. So we took the learnings from both of these boards, and we managed to come up with a superior version. The final version of the all hands team test board was ready. It was simpler, easier to navigate. We would keep only what we needed in the board. For example, those many features that you saw earlier would be placed in a separate board. The feature cards would also be improved. Again, we tried to ease the navigation, make it more clear for anyone in the team, regardless of their role. We highlighted the important areas, as you can see, and we removed the bugs sections as we moved the conversations in Slack. So the old version and the newer version. Next, I will share with you how QAs facilitate the team test in Candy Soda. For the video call, we use Zoom, and we handle the bugs in Slack. So first of all, the host kickoffs the session by highlighting the important items to focus on. We usually have 40 to 80 people joining, depending on the release. Breakout rooms are created for all high priority features. And each small room is hosted by one of the people that developed the feature. It can be a producer, a designer, etc. And whoever is interested can join those breakout rooms. After 30 minutes, the host gets everyone in the main room and gives an update on any important findings. Think of blockers, criticals, any crashes, stuff like that. After that, the breakout rooms are opened again, and people can switch to a different breakout room or remain in the main room. We cater to both, people that are outspoken and maybe less shy, that they can remain in the main room, as breakout rooms tend to be quite chatty, actually. The host ends the session after 20 more minutes, requesting the devs to remain connected, as they will have to assign the newfound bugs. Meanwhile, on Slack, the main team channel is used to report findings. This is actually our main team channel. QAs thread the, people attach videos, crash logs, photos of the issues they encounter in this channel, like this. QAs thread the conversations by bringing key people into the threads, like devs, artists, etc., to validate the issues when or if needed. And we also use emoticons for each issue so that other QA team members are constantly aware of the situation. We use WIP, it stands for work in progress, meaning someone from the QA team is talking with the person that reported the issue in a thread. We also use the green check mark when the issue is either solved, done, taken care of. And we use Jira emoticon, meaning that the issue is or will be submitted in Jira. With these tools, we manage to seamlessly stay in sync, and as the Zoom calls are very crowded, we can have control on the issues that are found. And that's how we run the team tests in Candy Soda. Some final thoughts. Looking back, we realized that the iterations we did, the improvements we've added, and all other small tweaks contributed to a highly productive team test. This meant that the regression team would find less and less bugs in our release candidates, making the actual release to store an easy last step of the release process. Quality is a team effort, and you have to get people involved as early as possible. Find your allies, your line manager, producers, stakeholders, whoever the team looks up to. Approach them and explain that leading through example can boost your project's quality. Try to have them in your team tests, and they will easily bring with them the rest of the team. I had, for example, one-to-ones with the head of Candy Soda, my line manager talk with the head of game development, and together we managed to boost the number of people joining the team test. And don't forget to iterate the process. As you've seen, we went through various versions of the same ritual over 2 years. So ask for feedback from the team, try out new things, and see what works for you. Thank you. Yep, that was it. Should we go to the Q&A now? I don't know if Dira is around. Yeah, I'm guessing I should go to the Q&A.
Hi, you can take questions from the Q&A section.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
When you say test, is this automation test or manual testing? It is manual testing. The automation that we have is currently, I would say, in its beginning years. It's starting up basically. In QA, we don't really use automation. We have sort of a separate pod for that, and they're working on it basically. All right. Hope I answered that question.
The next one is, can you see the questions?
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Okay.
All right, I'll read it. Although these solutions work, was there a reason for not using one of the established test project tools instead? Not sure I understand the question. Established tests, what do you mean exactly? Jillian, I don't know if you could maybe add.
Okay.
a comment on this?
While we wait for Gillian to add a comment, you want to take the next one?
Yes. How did you coach a quality mindset? Well, on this one, we joined the production team from day one. Like I mentioned, we are embedded in the production team. We are doing tests together with the team, not for the team, right? We're in plannings, in stand-ups, in retros, where we raise concerns, and each time people in the team learn more and more and see the benefits of having a successful release. Right.
I think Gillian has come back with his comment.
Yes. I'm not sure where I can. Gillian.
Yeah, you mentioned Jira.
But why were we using Miro instead of Kanban boards? Right. Miro is just a huge whiteboard, and you can customize that as you wish. You can beautify it. You can do whatever you want there, and that was the easiest way we could, and I think it worked a lot better than Google Docs. So we went for that. Obviously, it's not the best tool. I'm not saying that, but it's something that worked for us really, really well, and it's very accessible. People can easily move things, as it's quite sort of natural to do it. You can zoom in, zoom out, and get into details, and have thousands of frames to work with. Yeah, it just worked for us. Obviously, I'm just saying that it's a tool that worked for us, and yeah, I hope it works for you too as well. I answered that one. What are the next steps for the team test? Well, yeah, for the team test, we're gonna do some changes, and it's gonna be real soon. I don't think we're ever satisfied with the final result. Let me roll back a bit to this. As you've seen, there's like sort of a post-it here. This is when we added the breakout rooms, for example. It's something that we want to sort of incorporate better in the whole in the feature card, basically. And going even more back, this QA only section, we haven't used it, I think, in the past 10 sessions. So most probably will go away. We'll try to use this space in a different way, for example. And we'll have to ask the team if they find those two sections useful, because I haven't seen people honestly working that much with this. So it's a constant iteration. Yeah, improving things, optimizing, stuff like that. All right, let me go to the last slide. Okay. What are the next steps for team test? You mentioned Jira, but okay, I answered that one. How to perform security testing manually? We don't test security here. I haven't mentioned it, and because we're not doing it, basically. Not sure. I mean, how it's formulated is a bit weird. How to perform security testing manually. Yeah, can you please rephrase, if possible? Guru Dut.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that it isn't security wasn't what you covered here. So While we wait for Gurudat's comments to come in, we welcome more questions. If you could please put them to Cyprian. And Cyprian, this was a very involved and a very interesting presentation because you shared your experience with us, and I'm sure that's given a lot of ideas to a lot of people how to do it. Now, although we have come out of COVID, but still a lot of hybrid work is being done still. So here's another question. So I'll let you answer that one.
Yeah, how do you pass information on new functionalities to your outsourced QAs? All right, so I mentioned that in the release cycle, it's in day 7, we do send a huge test plan to our outsourcing QA. This huge test plan is done in TestRail. It's a tool. It's an amazing tool that we use to create those test cases on new functionalities. So what we do is create those test cases in TestRail, and we bundle them up in this test plan, and we send them to the QAs. There they have the happy path of our features. We don't go crazy with the test cases, right? No corner cases or stuff like that. But we have this happy path, and we try to do regression on those new features. And as we have this all hands team test before the regression, we usually cover that in the team test, and then again in the regression team. Because as you've seen, between the team test and the regression, there is some time so that we have some time to fix any potential criticals, blockers, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. So, as I said, thank you again. It was an involved and interesting presentation because we got to see how you did it at King. And we have a little bit time left, but if there are no more questions, and I understand you're not going to join our panel after this, Cyprian.
No,
No, you
unfortunately, no.
haven't got the time, unfortunately. Okay, so I'd would welcome the delegates to please go to the lounge to network and also to go to the booths to see the two sponsors, Lambda Test and Source Labs, and talk to the people there about their tools and products. And then we'll come back at 12:36. It's just about 4 minutes time to the panel with Paul Grossman, Nanda Kumar, you heard just now, but Paul is speaking on day 2. And then Stuart Clark from Cisco is here, but he will be speaking on day 2. And Ewell from Source Lab is here, and he's speaking on day 2 too. So it'll be a good conversation. So please go over to the next, and we will see you there. Thank you, Cyprian.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our panel on analytics and automation. I'm going to give a quick introduction. My name is Paul Grossman. I am a test automation engineer. I've been doing this for a little over 20 years with a bunch of different tools. And analytics and metrics is just the thing that really keeps me in my job and keeps me secure. And I hope everyone's going to have a good, get some good information out of the session that we've got here. We've got three great people, great thought leaders in our industry, and I'm going to do a quick introduction to everyone over here. Actually, I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves. I'm going to start with Dr. Nandar. Can you please give us a little background on your experience in testing and analytics?
Sure. So I'm Nanda. I play as a product owner for testing automations and DevOps platform, and we also do chaos engineering. I'm there in the QA industry for the last 20 years, and my specializations is on mainly to testing, test automation, security, and chaos engineering. And with respect to test automations, we play a lot of important role to measure how many tests need to be automated, how many scripts needs to be put into place, and how much that statics gives a value add. So more we'll get into the discussions as we go on. Back to you.
Thank you very much. I'm very interested to learn a little bit more about chaos engineering out there. Second, I'm going to go to Stuart Clark out of Lincoln, England. And Stuart, please introduce yourself to our attendees.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Stuart Clark. I'm a senior network developer advocate for Cisco DevNet. One of the things that I get involved in is working with teams working on network automation, and a part of that is deploying solutions around model-driven telemetry. And how model-driven telemetry is really the future for monitoring networks, and some of the tools which are involved in that.
Excellent, thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Eyal Yovel out of England as well. Go ahead,
yes,
Yovel.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Eyal. I'm a solution architect at Sauce Labs. I am based in London, in the UK. I have over 15 years, more or less, experience in software development and software automations. I have passions for learning new technologies and new test frameworks. And so my position as a solution architect, it's exactly that you can help customers and users, Sauce Labs users and customers to how to best practice with our platforms. And that involve a lot of automations, different automations, Selenium, Appium, Cypress, how to run them and how to optimize and run them in the best way to run, and of course to get the reports as best as we can. Yeah, so nice to be
excellent here. Thank you very much, Eyal. So I'm going to start off with a quick question, and we're going to let this kind of go organically, see where we go on that. I'm going to start by throwing a question over to Dr. Nanda. So, the ability to in analytics is basically to detect subtle issues with automation. And I believe what we need to do to start off with that is basically collecting data to build a baseline for comparison. So what would you say you feel are the most important metrics that we need to collect in regard to testing?
So whenever we talk about metrics, it starts from the basic area of requirement metrics. Then we start on development, the code, how much you develop, and in a very long days we used to do it, and lines of codes and so on and so forth. But very much focusing into testing. Testing plays a very important role with collecting, a bug matrix, collecting a test case matrix, collecting a test execution matrix. And also you can also see what is a trend analysis on issues, as well as you can also collect a matrix where you see that what is critical functionality which phase and so on. Now, all this matrix together will be able to bring you, a clear visibilities to say, hey, where do I invest in my scripting? Where do I investment in testing? Where do I need more amount of testings? And where I can get faster quality improvement with a with an immediate focus, low hanging fruits, how to identify the low hanging fruits. So those are very important elements when metrics comes into play. Yeah? If you look at today's talk, you start with infra as a code as a talk today. There, if you say that, hey, I've not done any infra as a code, then where to start? If you take that question, the first question to answer will be linked to analytic. Why? Because you want to automate or you want to put infra as a code, then you have to identify which is most frequent component that I want to be spinning and de-spinning in my cloud. And then with that statistic, you can always say, hey, this is the one which I want to spin 10 times a day. So then I need to do it, that as a high priority. So you starting with your prioritizations, the ending with your final endpoint, you can also do it. Even in my talk, I said test container platform. Today we run more than 24 tests a day, more than 100 tests to find out the critical components. We can easily find it out which critical components place at what point of time and what is the root cause and so on. And this trend analysis will be able to pick up and then give you a very clear insight to improve on it. So I think that's a very high level view. The next, I would like to give for another speakers to talk.
Excellent. Let me throw it over to Stuart over there. What's your thoughts on this question?
Certainly, it's a great question. Within the network space, it's network where I am. There can be networks are very complex and they're often very unpredictable. We often see huge different spikes in traffic from different applications, automated systems, things like malicious attacks, even from operational errors. But a lot of it does come from unforeseen effects of traffic flows, and this is one of the main things that we kind of have a big thing with when it comes to observability within networks. The part of that becomes how do we scale this, and how do we get the insightful tool sets into engineering's hands to help us visualize that data and the traffic flows and all of the statistics in one place. The way that I tend to have started to look at it, a lot in the last number of years is thinking about things about having more predictability. So before they happen. So often in cases, by the time we were looking at our automation and looking at our graphs, it was already too late. We were already on a sort of, like, for lack of a better wording, in a world of pain from an operational standpoint of how to deal with it. And what we needed to be able to do was to be able to predict, as our traffic started increasing, how we get more bandwidth, how we get more resources, and is this even legitimate traffic which is coming towards us? And if it's not, how do we prevent it?
Excellent. You bring up some very good points over there, and predictability in my field is area for 20 years has been something that I've worked with as well. Just change is constant. That's basically my predictability in my area. Y'all, what's your thoughts on this?
Yes. So I'm not touching network, but if I'm going to automation, so also automation, it's a huge. So you said automations, you can talk about visual automation, performance, functional. So let's talk about functional end-to-end testing that we can use automation. So most of the companies can think about, what actually we want to automate, because do we want to automate everything? So there should be a kind of metrics about, first of all, metrics about bug in productions. How many bugs actually we found in productions, and try to avoid them and run earlier, and try to avoid, to make sure that you increase the bugs that you found in productions. Also try to map your applications and find out where are the risks. So where are the risks in your application, and kind of analyze what you want to test and where you want to test. Because if there is no risk, no test. Because why you need, there are so many things to test. So if you want to verify, so it's, let's say it's much more important for as a business to test that customer can pay in your applications, and to make sure that they can, I don't know, change their username, for example. Okay, so
definitely, you're speaking towards prioritization of stuff, and that's a great.
Yeah, so it's exactly
that's a great example of what's our if you can't complete the transaction order, what's the point? You're losing money. I know of some companies where if they can't complete a transaction order, they're losing $23.5 million an hour, and people get upset about that. And then you got to get got to make sure that's you're on top of that, making sure that's your prioritization on that for end testing at the end. Excellent. Thank you for the answer. Let me go back and take a look at some of the information we've been talking about over here. Definitely, predictability, as I said, is some of the things that are very important. And you guys have touched on a little bit about what sort of things what sort of metrics are important for tracking. I'll say, me personally, when I hear someone saying how many tests did you automate today and how many defects did you find, I generally say that's not actually the important thing. It's did it get to the endpoint? Did the test get to the endpoint, and how much did it save you, the company, if you didn't have me here doing all this? The next question is, I'll go back to Dr. Nanda again. What can you give us any real-world examples of patterns that you've detected with analytics in your experience?
Sure, definitely. So if you look at it in analytics, specifically when you start from the bug trend analysis, the very a thumb rule what we usually get it out in a bug trend analysis is to find out where the bugs are floating around, where the density of the bug is more, and how we can control that as a part of your SDLC life cycle to improve on the qualities. Now, if you take a real-time examples, even I bugged in a big short companies like eBay and PayPal and so on. One of the easiest way to improve on a qualities is to see what is your bug trend analysis, and then figure out what is the critical components that is having an high density bug. Now, once you pick that, then that is the area you have to focus more to improve on the quality. And this is a very great examples where the analytic versus your your quality value add will come into picture in a very simple equations, what we call. For this, you don't require a very huge calculations or a very huge tools. A simple tool of an starting with an Excel, or a very simple tool of a Java, Jira, or a very simple tool of an Azure test plans can easily give it. On another hand, you can also see the the value add of the metrics and the analytics very clearly in terms of an automation. What is the number of frequency at which the user is using an application? For example, if I say a banking application, what is a very important critical component or high frequency used component that the bank is used for? Then find out that statistic and then start automating on that. That will give you a high value add, because that is where your traffic is more flying more on it. And similarly, if you look at it in the industry like an airline industry, or if you talk about an e-commerce industries, as such, there is an entry point to find out something. I search for a flight. If I don't get the search enabled, then the entire functionality what you built behind the scene is down. So that means the frequency at which what is being used, that analytics will give you a great value add, and that is what most of the industries have been done, and that is what my experience is all about. And the predictivity, what he came back, predictivity is also very important, because that will also be able to help you to say that, hey, if this is a high frequency, the next predictivity is here. So I give
Excellent.
it back.
Thank you. Great. Let me go over to Stuart over there, and as Dr. Nanda had brought up, talking about, he actually kind of touched on your area, and it's basically load testing, and you did mention identifying, what's good traffic, what's bad traffic. For our load testers in the future here, attending the conference, let's talk a little bit more about what kind of testing is there to do with load or performance testing? I presume you're doing with your networks.
Sure, it's a really great question. Thank you, Nandi. There's some really, really great insights there. One of the things that we really look at is mean time to resolution with traffic analysis. The traffic analysis gives us and provides the awareness of distributed connection between multiple networks of different network boundaries. Being able to view that in a platform by itself and look at the utilization of multiple devices and what traffic is causing congestion becomes critical, for a network. For years we've used things like in networks we've used things like NetFlow, IPFix, even legacy things like SNMP to look at all of our different devices and analyze historical activity across our entire thing. But what we need to do is to one thing is identifying these. There's only a certain amount of sort of unrealistic traffic that you can predict. And I've tried to do this with various networks before we've kind of gone live and we've had them in an alpha and beta stage. But really nothing beats the real thing. It's I've worked in mostly in building SaaS network for the last sort of almost 10 years. And you can only test certain traffic, and it's not until you get that customer traffic running through your networks that you can actually see how it goes. So a lot of the time, once we've built networks, we've run a lot of things like alpha testing and beta testing for large global customers to actually see what that actually looks like. And the customers are using this as an alpha pattern to help us identify how long their TCP connections last for and what type of traffic they're generally looking at. By doing that, there's a lot of things that we can then put into place to influence how that traffic enters and exits all of our sort of internal routing domains at different boundary points. But the difficulty comes here in being able to continuously identify, which routes can be manipulated in order to meet operational needs and also customer needs. That really becomes the hardest part for us.
Excellent. And I definitely want to get back with you on talking about what you just said. Nothing beats the real thing. So I'll come back on that in just a minute, because I do recall a TV show where they were trying to bring up a network, and this is back in '99. They were trying to bring out an online site, and they said, okay, all 8 people who work in the office, we're going to try and hit my site and see if we can generate some load. And I'm like, is that what it is today? It's really, they really didn't know what they were doing at that point. And the company's out of business today. Less about an hour, about a year, I think. Anyway, back to
a very important point. I like the point of that he was saying. Even we can, with a statistic, we can find out how many devices we get into the traffic. That is very easily proportional to the mobile-based testing. Mobile-based testing, if I say I want to complete the testing, it's going to be an infinite spectrum. So there, one of the easiest strategy is to see, hey, I'm using an application, for example, a Talk and Candy app and so on and so forth. So you are using applications, then you need to know what is the highest traffics which are flowing. That is also, again, an analytics. That will give the analytics that will clearly tell you, hey, where I should concentrate on testing and so on and so forth. Again, excellent. Back to you, Paul.
Yes. Eyal, what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so as cloud solutions, actually, I don't know if our customers run their best test, okay, or they're running prioritize the test and run the test. But what we can do is try to optimize the test that they are run. So we can try to collect metrics, for example, the durations of the test. So if they're running the test for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, there are also some customers that run their test for 2 hours. So in my opinion, that's not a good practice. Okay, so we can give metrics about the durations of the run of the test, efficiency of running the test, and try to help them to optimize the test. For example, if they're running and mention mobile. So if you're running, for example, on mobile, and you try to find the elements, I don't know, 20 times, but actually you are doing something with the elements 5 times, it's meaning that you waste the time of finding an element, but you are not doing anything with this element. You are not finding if these elements are visible, clickable, or you're not doing any actions on this element. So actually, why you're wasting the time of the test for looking for so many times of elements if you're not doing anything with them? Also, if you were talking about patterns, so for example, pattern about elements, how long we are timeout, how long we are waiting for an element to be visible or to page to be visible. So we can collect all these patterns and try to do something with that and advice for the customers how they can optimize the test that it will run faster or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's excellent point there. One of the things that I always track is, how long does it take a page to load? And if it's, taking anything more than 3 seconds, so we're like, no, that's terrible. And the weird thing is in automation, everybody always defaults to, how long are you going to wait for that element? Well, it's always 30 seconds. Like 30 seconds is 10 times too long. If it's 3 seconds, it's not there unless we specifically know that this particular area of the application is going to take a while to bring something in. Then it's definitely something to watch out for. And the interesting thing is, automation engineers, we actually become kind of a little bit more knowledgeable in a lot of different areas. And one of the things I can think of is where you're saying, oh, okay, well, I need a list of doctors that are in my area. And the way we wrote the SQL queries, it's bringing back 10,000 doctors. Why don't we just bring back 10? And then when the user clicks on the slide down on the list, we just go and hit the server again and pull back the cached elements. And it's a lot faster on the responses. It's something to point out to our DBAs. Although here's a trick: let them think it's their idea that they came up with it. Then I generally try and throw it out to them. Like, it might work. I don't know. I'm not a DBA. I'm just an SNESDED. But maybe if you did this a little bit different, take it and run with it. Your boss will love it. Let me. I wanted go back as we're getting over here. I want to talk a little bit about have you guys a chance to talk about some of the tools that we use. Excuse me, in our areas in order to help us out. I'm gonna start with Stuart, if you don't mind, because you mentioned a few tools, IPFix and SNMP, and unfortunately, I'm not a network guy. Give us some descriptions of the tools that you use and the benefits that we should be using today in order to get good metrics.
Sure. Would love to, Paul. Thank you. So yeah, for many, many years, we use tools which, some folks might be familiar with, tools like Cacti, open source tools like that for doing a lot of monitoring. And traditionally, this was, like I mentioned, was done by SNMP. And so when I think back to, a point in my career when I was running a big global network, our team was facing a bit of an issue where some of our firewalls were seeing very high traffic as customer traffic was traversing in and out of them. And we were using SNMP to poll this. The problem was that what we found during peak time was that due to the amount of traffic flowing through the firewall, both TX, RX was causing the CPU to the firewall to go as high as 80%. Well, when you're running any form of dynamic routing protocol within firewalls at that, once you get to about the 85-90% mark on CPU, you will start to lose adjacencies between routing protocols, which disrupts connection and causes huge outages. And you were mentioning there before about the web page loading at 30 seconds. That's exactly what our customers would see, and that 3 seconds it seems like a lifetime. I guess when you're slightly older than me and I started with dial-up, we were used to page times taking over 2 minutes to load, or the downloading on the 56K modems, but that isn't what we see now in 2021 and 2022. Pages load a lot quicker. And when you're providing that service for the customer, you want that page loading to be fast. It's one of the reasons why within networks we do a lot of peering, both unilateral and bilateral peering, especially for things like CDN services to help those pages load. But we're having this trouble with our firewall, and we're using SNMP, and the leadership in our group and our monitoring teams want to know when our firewalls are reaching peak utilization, pulling in, and they're looking at the graphs in things like Cacti and Nagios. And the only way we can do that is we can increase the polling rate, because normally we're polling these devices sort of like every 10 minutes. Now, we have to then poll these more aggressively. So we lower that polling time down. But as we know, SNMP, it basically, pulls all that information out from the device. And by increasing our SNMP from 10 to 5 minutes, what it actually did was actually increase the CPU. So we actually created an issue for ourselves. By polling the devices more often, it caused the CPU to rise. So by trying to get more data out of the device and be proactive, we actually enhance the issue by doing this. And this is quite a common problem for SNMP. So as networks have evolved, a lot of network engineers such as myself and teams that we've worked with have moved on to using model-driven telemetry, which we have more of is a push model. So we're pushing away from the device, from our platform. And we started to move on to things like TIG stacks and ELK stacks, using things like Influx and Grafana. And these are tools that SRE tools and DevOps teams have been using for a lot longer than they have within the network space. But these are tools that we've started to embrace here. This gives us this vast, great ability now to actually get more data without having impact on the device. So it gives us a lot more to monitor key performance indicators, notifiers of any things like anomalies coming in to the network. So moving on to the streaming telemetry model for networks has been a huge gainer with some of those tools that I mentioned.
Excellent, thank you. And it actually sounds a little bit like quantum physics, as I recall. The act of watching the event impacts the event in there. Dr. Neda, tools that you use in your area, what can you tell us a bit about?
So starting with very simple tools which we can get out of the box on continuous testing. For example, people who are using Azure DevOps as a component, there are many analytical dashboards and many analytical data which gets connected and get that you out of the box from the Azure DevOps components that can be used. For example, we use the dashboard analytics for trend analysis of the test cases, trend analysis of the critical component, and so on and so forth. Similarly, if you look at it in people who are having a Jenkins as the continuous integrations, there are quite amount of plugins, open source plugins which are there, which will give a good amount of trend analysis graphs and analytical insights, which will be able to clearly tell, hey, what is the usage of my test cases, how much is the test cases passing, what is the trend at which it's fading. If you're using performance testing, again, you can get the plugin for the performance testing, like a JMeter plugins and so on, which can clearly show the dashboard and the comparative analysis, which is very, very interesting, and it comes very easily as a part of an outsource, as out of the box from the component. Now, if you look at it, other part of the tool, like if you are using a Jira kind of things, Jira has an enormous amount of plugin and dashboards, which you can plug and then look at your trend analysis, not only in terms of your testing, also in your bug analysis, bug trend analysis, and so on. You can also take up, high-level charts, bubble charts, and so on. People don't use that heavily in the industry, but if you look at it in security industries, if you want to look your 5-year analysis of where is your concentration of your bug, which component is highly interacted, so you can get such kind of things very easily with those tools, and that playing around those kinds of dashboard itself is good enough. But if it still needs a separate tools to be installed, then I would love to tell you the ELK stack, Kibana, Grafana is a very industrial, easy stacks that you can put it out and you can get the trend analysis.
Sounds good.
So that is where my recommendation would be.
I do see Dira over here, and I suspect she's going to tell us we only have maybe 30 seconds left,
It's almost like that. Yes, Paul. So there is this one last question there in the Q&A. What about thought for Hotjar and Full Story? So,
okay, anyone speak to Hotjar and Full Story and experience with those as tools?
No.
Oh boy, it's not in my area either. So my suggestion is Google. and do a proof of concept, install the tools, and try to, or take a look at to YouTube and see some videos on exactly how those work. I did want. I think I wanted to get y'all one more shot on talking about some of the tools that he's used on that.
So I will do that very quick. So there are two tools that I think that are good. One is about what you said about the 30 seconds that that actually you will leave the website if it's not loaded after 3 seconds. So front-end performance, I think that it's very important, and you can use tools such as Google Lighthouse that you can scan your app and your web app, and very quickly you will get a score. There's so many metrics in using Google Lighthouse. Another thing is about accessibility, that there is also tools such as DQX that you can very, very easily integrate it to your, for example, to your Selenium script, and you will and using this API will your code, your app will be scanned, and you will get if your web app is what is the result of accessibility of your app, if it's good, if it's bad, with recommendation what can be done. So I think that these two tools are very easily to and they are free and very easily to integrate.
Excellent. And I'm going to throw in one last thing. TestRigger is actually working with launching virtual machines in the cloud and having hundreds or thousands of them, and not by APIs and just headless, actually using automation scripts that just click on the buttons on the interface, just like regular users do. And they're looking at that as well. So, Dara, are we out of time?
Yes, we are just on time. Thank you, Paul.
Cool.
And thank you to all the panelists today. I was involved in a very technical talk, so I'm sure it is well appreciated by the delegates. But I just wanted to remind the delegates to please visit the booths, and Lambda Test have Amazon vouchers to give for completing their survey. So do visit them, and they're $100 each. So do visit them. So and there are two of those. So it'd be good to see go visiting them, network in the lounge, and we'll see you back in I think in 10 minutes time. So
Excellent.
for the next panel, for the next presentation. And thank you again to all our panelists for coming even a day earlier than their presentation day. Thank you.
Yes, thank you to everybody there.
Okay,
Thank you all.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Benny.
Welcome back now, and we are on to our next presentation by Mudit Singh from Lambda Test. Mudit will introduce himself and talk to you about the testing that they do at Lambda Test. So over to you, Mudit, and we'll catch you at the Q&A session.
Thank you, Dira. Thank you for the introduction, and thanks for the Unicom team for having me here. Let me start off by sharing my screen, guys, and let me know if you are able to see my screen. I am assuming that my screen is visible. If it is not, feel free to add a ping in the Q&A. I'll get notified that my screen is not available.
Yes, it's better now. It's good now.
Awesome. So let me start off by introducing myself. So I am Mudit. I am Director Product and Growth here at a company called Test. So I've been involved with the company since its inception in 2017. And in that time, I have been working with all the range of companies, starting from freelancers all the way till Fortune 200 companies, working on their problems around testing, DevOps, pipelines, and talking with them on their pain points and how they are solving these pain points. And using that information, we have built up our product lines at Lambda Test platform. So what is Lambda Test? So we are an online test infrastructure, test orchestration, and test execution platform that will help you in both manual and automation testing. So we have 4 set of core product lines that we have live right now. That is a live testing that will help you do real-time browser, web, and mobile testing. That is manual testing. We have a test automation cloud as well. So anybody who's working on the test automation side have those scripts ready with them, and they want to execute on a distributed infrastructure. We are that infrastructure. We help you run your test execution across 3000 different type of desktop and mobile devices, real mobile devices, right? And we also have a real device cloud, and we have recently come up with visual UI regression testing. So anytime you are doing a new launch, you want to see how your website looks like across different browsers, if there's anything breaking or not, both manually or automation, across different desktop, across different mobile devices. We have that all of that ready for you. We have additional features that can help you out. That is, test your locally hosted, privately hosted application. We have a lot of integrations. We have geolocation testing enabled directly, right? But these are core features. But I'll say this is something that has been available in different tools, different platforms so far as well. And I do not want to take too much of time in focusing that. I want to focus on core problems that we are solving, innovating right now at Lambda Test, and a new feature set that we have recently launched. And I want to focus more on that part, right? So another quick, let's say, overview about Lambda Test. So we are invested by investors through great platforms like Premji Invest, Sequoia. We are used by around 100 by a million different developers across the globe, and more than 500 enterprise customers are using Lambda Test to run like millions of tests every day, right? So we have users from Microsoft, JCPenney, Economist, GoDaddy, Vimeo. We have people across the globe, around 132 different countries are using Lambda Test for their overall testing, right? So coming on to the core problem statement for today's call, right? So I want to focus on a very important problem statement that came to us when we were building Lambda Test through our lot of interaction with specifically enterprise customers. These are the core problem statements that we got to analyze. The most important ones for an enterprise usually comes as slow developer feedback times, right? So the test execution time of theirs is very high. Enterprise who are running tests at scale, who have thousands of test scripts, every time a new developer commit happens, that whole test execution takes a lot of time to kind of execute. And sometimes the developers get a delayed feedback, and that delayed feedback gets in delay in the overall release of the product as well, right? So this test execution time sometimes goes from hours to 10 to 12 hours as well, depending upon how big the pipeline is. And testing, even though automation has been around for decades now, people have adopted automation testing at a high space right now. In the current agile space where people are shifting left, where the test execution is happening more and more at the developer side, and the frequency of test execution is happening as well, having a faster developer time, feedback time became a very important aspect. And one of the challenges is having that faster development time, feedback time, was the infrastructure. Infrastructure has always been a bottleneck. And we started off to kind of tackle this problem. Another that problem statement that came during these discussions was the flaky tests. So a lot of tests that were executing, they were flaky at large, and that is also a problem that we wanted to solve. That no matter what test execution we are running, the flakiness because of infrastructure side should not be happening. And most importantly, this test execution platform should be scalable, that you should be able to scale your infrastructure, cut down your test execution time using a very scalable infrastructure model, right? So cutting down the test execution time was a very interesting problem, and there are many ways how that can be done. The most important one is, of course, identifying the type of test that has to be done for every commit. It's not really necessary to kind of run all the tests execution, like all the tests, all the end-to-end tests at every commit. That is one way to do it. Another way to is, of course, optimizing each test, removing redundancies, kind of optimizing the overall test execution time from the code side. But the best brute force way to do that is to increase the infrastructure. Instead of running tests on, let's say, one machine or 10 machines, run it across 100 or 1000. If we remove the bottleneck from the execution side of things, the test execution part will kind of automatically go down. So for an example, if you have 100 test cases, each test take 1 minute to execute. Running them sequentially would have taken 100 minutes. But if I have, let's say, running those tests across 10 different machines, so the overall test execution time will cut down by a factor of 10. So the test execution will happen in 10 minutes. If I have 100 machines, it would get executed in 1 minute timeline, right? But that also started to see a challenge, because enterprises or big companies, they who have started to evolve their automation testing to scale, they had tens of thousands of the tests, right? So how is this kind of being dealt today? So there are two core options that people usually follow. One of them is to go through third-party existing solutions, or set up their own in-house grid using either in-house machines or through a public cloud machines like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. So most of the people who are running test at scale are either running test across third-party existing solutions, Selenium Grid solutions, or at through their own hybrid cloud using AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. Some are also running across DigitalOcean, these kind of platforms. But there is a challenge over there as well. So the current third-party solutions usually have a monolithic architecture, and there also test execution time is still high. Even though if you're running test on parallel, the test execution time over there is high as well. And scaling up is very expensive task. In addition, the flakiness still remains. They are very high flakiness of the overall test execution, and that was seen there in these third-party solutions. Setting up an in-house Selenium grid, though it will give you a better flexibility, it will give you a better control over the machines. Setting up these machines for test execution across different platforms was a big challenge as well. Managing thousands of machines, managing for different type of configurations, different type of browsers, browser versions, in-house started to become a challenge. Scaling these machines from, let's say, 10 today, 100 tomorrow, or 1,000, let's say, by next year, that became a very, very big challenge. It was the tests that were running, they were an automation test, but the overall scaling was not automated. Everything was very difficult to automate, especially if you do not have resources, even at the enterprise side, do not have resources to set up a specific testing infrastructure that was not contributing towards your main core application infrastructure, right? So that became a challenge. So that is one of the things that we as a Lambda test platform started to solve. So we set up an scalable infrastructure. We were using latest microservice architecture, that Dockerized environment that was helping us to scale up infrastructure, run tests very fast. We also tackled the high flakiness problem through innovative advances in the Selenium and Selenium driver version mappings through our better infrastructure. There was no infrastructure related flakiness that was coming at our platform, but we wanted to take it a little bit higher, and we created a new set of innovative way to run the test right now, and that is our platform Hyper Execute that we have built up and are kind of using this platform, helping big companies to kind of cut down their test execution time by a multiple fold, right? So next question comes is like, why hyper test, why hyper execute? Sorry. Hyper execute was created to kind of run tests at a very faster speed that was even faster than the current traditional Selenium grid platforms that there are. So one of the biggest challenges with the current Selenium grid problems is the network element that is involved in that. So if you are running, let's say, your test at a traditional Selenium grid right now, the scripts are usually with you at your local IDE, or let's say a CI/CD platform. If you are using, the scripts are saved over there. This test gets triggered, and then the test code, that is the Selenite code, gets transferred to a hub, to your traditional grid hub. That hub will then pass on the test to the node element, that is usually where the machine where the browser is loaded. The browser will then load the website. So there are 3 hops just from script to your website to run your test. Then the feedback of that test will again take 3 hops, right? So there are nearly 6 network hops that are happening. And even though if you have a really great machine, even though if you have a really optimized scripts, the 6 simple hops will kind of cut down, like increase your test execution time just a little bit, right? And when you have thousands of tests, this small millisecond of network time starts to add up, and you get a little bit of latency in the overall test execution. And this is also seen if you compare, let's say, running tests locally on a machine and running tests on a big Selenium grid. This was a problem that is endemic to nearly all Selenium grids there are, and also people who are setting up their own in-house Selenium grids as well. So we wanted to tackle this problem first, and this is where Hyper Executes comes into the picture. So in Hyper Execute, what we are doing is we are creating Dockerized environments, Dockerized browser environments at scale, and we take access to your Selenium scripts, put those Selenium scripts into that Dockerized environments, and run everything over there. So in a single environment, we have the scripts, browsers, hub, everything in a single Dockerized environment that is just accessing your website. So network hops from 6, we have cut down to 2, right? So that will that significantly cut down the overall network times that are required. In addition, because our machines are highly optimized towards execution of tests, that machine runs the test way faster as well, and further cut down the test execution time. We have more intelligent features like smart caching of artifacts that again further contributes to cutting down the test execution time. And what all this innovation has resulted in, that our platform, that is Hyper Execute, is now up to 70% faster than any traditional grids, specifically if you are running test at scale. If you are running a lot of tests, the number of test execution that is required for overall build that is being cut down by up to 70% at Lambda test platform, right? Because everything is happening at a singular machine, flakiness because of infrastructure side is not happening at all at our platform. And the flakiness that may happen related to, let's say, script side or the test data side, we are able to provide that insights on which tests are getting flaky because of this as well, right? So why Hyper Execute and why we are calling it a test orchestration platform? So one of the challenges in this side was also how to orchestrate or how to intelligently divide this test across different type of machines you have present. And most of the current traditional platforms does that through a first come first serve basis. So if you have 100 tests, you have 10 machines. So based on which tests hit the network first, the tests are automatically distributed across 10 different machines, but that distribution is not optimized. There is a possibility that the tests that are running at later stage have a lower test execution time. So having those tests at a most optimized distribution across different machines may result in a better way to kind of run those tests, right? So this is also what we call a bin packing algorithm. So if you guys are familiar with it, so this helps you distribute the test across different machines in the most optimum time. And usually what people does is create a custom logic for this. Enterprises at scale have set up and different internal resources whose job was to just orchestrate this test through CI/CD, through custom logic, through different mechanisms. But that was not optimal, right? And sometimes if this is expected out of a tester to do that, they are then focusing their tasks more away from actually testing the application to building up um, related services to just running the tests. So having a bin packing algorithm on place for running tests through internally was becoming a challenge, and that's something that hypertest hyper execute kind of solves very easily. And one of the best way to do that is we have set up an YAML file that kind of very easy YAML file that automatically splits the test across. In addition to these features for test orchestrations, we have also other features in this helping out. For one of the most important ones is retrying of the failed tests. So in our, again, traditional grids, people have to set up internal logic to identify tests that are failing and ensure if those tests are not flaky tests, that failure is not, let's say, is a valid failure. They run those tests again to ensure that there is no flakiness required involved, right? So that thing our platform does automatically. There is no additional effort required. Our platform automatically retries a failed test to ensure that the tests are executed at a perfect manner. And all of this can be again controlled through the YAML file that we have provided, that is setting up a maximum retry time. Right. So how does that work? So this is how a kind of an example of the bin packing algorithm that I was talking about. So let's say if we hit the first come first serve basis, there is a possibility that environment goes empty and the tests are not optimized properly across different machines. But our hyper execute platform kind of optimizes each test based on their past test execution time across different machines, so that you get an optimum overall test execution time, optimum overall test build time, right? And managed through the YAML file. We just have to define auto split as true, set up the type of concurrency that we want to follow, and all of this is handled very easily automatically through Lambda test platform. So what we have essentially created is we have brought the CI/CD tooling. We have brought the CI/CD experience closer from the DevOps side to the testing side. We are enabling the testers to do that CI/CD pipeline stuff directly from their own side. They would not have to depend much on the DevOps teams. Removing that dependency itself enables testers to focus more on the testing side, building up tests rather than focusing more on the test orchestration part, right? Another thing that kind of helps out is bringing the test scripts in the environment itself. Gives us another advantage is that now we have both the test execution logs at a singular place. If you are using any traditional grid right now, you will find that there are two types of logs that are generated. One logs, these are generated at the IDE or the CI/CD machine where the test is being executed on, where the test is being running on. And then there is another set of logs that is that gets from the machine over which the browser is running. So there is a triggering machine from where the test is being triggered, either local IDE or a cloud-based IDE. And then there is another set of machine where the test is being credited. And usually these logs are not interconnected because they are at two to different places. But now, because hyper executes run everything at a singular place, these tests, you get a balanced approach, you get best of both worlds, you get both of these test logs at a singular place, right? So this drastically helps out, cuts down the debugging time, because you have both the assets at a single place. So hyper execute we built from the ground up to support all possible platforms that include Selenium, Cypress, Playwright, Puppeteer, or any end-to-end testing framework that you may have. We are more of an execution platform, so any framework that you have that you want to run across, we'll be able to support that. And in addition, the overall Lambda test platform has a bigger integration landscape. That is, we integrate with all the core test execution frameworks, Nightwatch, WebDriver, Puppeteer, Selenite, Playwright, everything. In addition, we have features that can help the testers in the long run. That is integration with project management tools like Jira, Asana, integration with CI/CD platform, out-of-the-box integration with CI/CD platforms, and in fact integration with codeless platforms as well. So if you are using platform services like Catalan or Ranorex or Selenium IDE to create your codeless tests, you would be able to run them at Lambda test infrastructure as well, right? So in addition to that, having a dedicated infrastructure is something that we also be able to provide. That is something that also gives us an hyper execute gives an edge across our competitors as well, is that through hyper execute we will be able to provide you different flexible deployment options. That is, you will be able to run tests on a shared cloud, on a dedicated cloud, or in fact on an on-prem cloud as well. So let me go on to showcase how, in fact, hyper execute works. So I have a hyper execute kind of installation present at Gitpod. If you guys want to see how it works, we have a lot of documentation available. There is a open source GitHub repo as well that you guys can fork and try it out. It has all the information required to set up a YAML file, a sample test that can help you out to do that as well. So the hyper execute core difference comes in that we have a hyper execute CLI that you would have to download and run tests using that CLI. It in fact makes the running of the test easier. So in my Gitpod environment, I have three different things that are different from a traditional Selenium grid. The tests are there already there that I have provided, so it's kind of a similar thing. Difference would be that there is a YAML file that kind of operates and executes and manages all of these tests. There is a hypertest CLI that I have also added to my hyper execute CLI that I have also added to my testing, and a POM file here that I have defined and downloading all the required dependencies for it. Right? So in fact, let me execute the test directly. So to execute the test, you will also require your unique user authentication keys as well. You will be able to find them at Lambda test dashboard. I'll showcase the Lambda test dashboard also, where you will be able to see that. Let me just run the test. So I have around 15 tests that are being executed through the YAML file. And in the YAML file, I have defined that all of these tests have to be packed in a concurrency of 6. And if any test is failing, that test have to be retried at least 5 times. In an XML file, that is my test.ng XML file, I have defined which different browser versions I have to run my tests on. So I'm running test on Chrome, Windows 10. I'm running test on Firefox, Windows 11, the latest version of Firefox. You can define from the latest version all the way till, let's say, Firefox 60, really 4 or 5 year old versions as well. So we have all of those versions. Currently, I'm running the same test across different type of configuration platforms, but you guys can kind of distribute your tests, different type of tests accordingly. This is just more of an example. And once the test starts to trigger, they would be you will be able to see that at Lambda test dashboard. So if you sign up at Lambda test, this is how the dashboard looks like. And here at hyper execute, clicking on over here, you will see the tests that are being running right now, right? So I have already run few tests earlier. Just wanted to showcase. So there were 6 concurrency and I had 15 tests. And you will notice that the platform automatically, intelligently kind of divided the test, grouped the test across different machines. So one machine had 3 tests, one machine has 2, based on the past test execution times. Right? So I think I'm already hitting the time limit.
Exactly, Mudit. Sorry
Yep.
to interrupt you, but we have a few questions already up here. And
Awesome.
I think we've got about 4 minutes if you want to go through those.
Sure. So one of the questions here was why hyper execute when the test orchestration can be done through a CI/CD pipeline. So first, that's a very interesting question. So want to highlight here that we are not replacing the CI/CD. We kind of in fact integrates with the CI/CD platform very in depth, and that gives you a great edge. What we are doing is bringing the CI/CD feature to the tooling side rather than from the DevOps side. So now the testing teams are enabled to run the tests from their own self, divide or kind of do a deployment from their own side. They would be able to distribute the CI/CD processes directly through the hyper execute tooling. They won't have to depend on the DevOps side, right? Another question here is, does it have any reporting features? Yes, of course. So any test that executes, you will be able to see, as I mentioned, a lot of reports across different areas. So for example, this was a test that was executed earlier. You will be able to see the console logs for this directly here. And at the same time, you will also be able to see the end-to-end network logs, video logs, screenshot logs, everything directly at Lambda Test platform. At a singular place, you will be able to see both best of the both worlds. We also generate a complete report as well that you can, so this is an example of a report that we kind of create that you can download and send across to different teammates. So reporting function is a very in-depth feature at our platform. Right? Any other question? Okay, one more question from Vivek is, does it work for backend tests? Like, yes, so this works for all the backend tests as well. If you have Spring JUnit based setup, we have that. You will be able to run that at Lambda Test platform. In fact, we have a sample repo for the JUnit side. Feel free to check out on the different platforms, right? Okay, so this is a question from Guru Dutt. So how Lambda Test is different from Browser Stack? So we have all the core features that Browser Stack has, but the hyper execute goes one step further, right? So all the CI/CD features that we are providing, we are nearly 70% faster through hyper execute than any other traditional Selenium grid. That's how we kind of differentiate from Browser Stack. We support more browsers, we support more different type of frameworks, we have more integrations, in fact drastically more integration, and of course the pricing part. So that is there. I'll be happy to go in depth on the core differences. Feel free to catch up at the Lambda Test booth, right? Okay, another question here was that we have a hybrid framework. Would it love with the work with Lambda Test? Of course. So we are more of an execution platform. It does not depends upon the type of framework that you are using. We support all the test execution frameworks, including Cypress, Playwright, Puppeteer, and of course Selenium, and all the Selenium-based frameworks as well: WebDriver, TestNG, JUnit, everything. And the question is related to security. So yeah, for that is one of the most important aspects we focused on when we were creating the Lambda Test platform. So any test that gets executed, that test is executed on a very siloed different machine. And once that test gets executed, that machine is completely erased. That means that anybody else who will be provided that machine, they won't get your test data. In addition, all the networks are encrypted end to end. We have SOC 2 Type 2 report as well to prove that. And people who are conscious about higher security, we have availability of on-prem and dedicated cloud as well. So if you want to work on that, we have features around that as well.
Okay, I think that's it. We've covered all the questions, haven't we? Yes.
Yep. I think we have
Yes, we
covered
have
most of the
covered.
questions. Yep.
And we are spot on time. Thank you, Mudit. It was an involved one, and judging from the questions, there are a lot of interest. So I'm sure people will be coming in to talk to you in your booth.
Of
And
course.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so again, really appreciate Unicom inviting me over here and Dhira for moderating the event. It was a lovely interaction, and as mentioned, I'll be there in the booth. Feel free to drop by. Any questions you may have, I'll be happy to answer one-to-one in depth.
Okay. And can I ask all of you delegates to please move on to the next presentation, which is on a servant leadership. I'll see you there. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Have a great day ahead. Go to backstage.
Ashutosh, you can share your screen and start presenting.
Okay, fine. So thanks everyone. Hi everyone, just wanted to confirm that I'm audible and my screen is visible to all. Okay, so first of all, thanks to the Unicom team for giving me an opportunity to talk and present. And I know it's a testing and a DevOps conference, but the topic which I'm bringing is slightly, I won't say offbeat, but the topic is something which we as leaders, whether we are working in testing world or whether we are working in DevOps or Agile world, this is something which is the need of the hour, I feel, right? And my topic is servant leadership, reference or relevance in the VUCA world. I think all of us know what is a VUCA world. In fact, the new acronym is BANI. I think many of us would have heard about it, would have read about it. But yeah, I will restrict myself to VUCA. VUCA, as we know, stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And we all experience this world. We have all been experiencing this world for last 2 years, right? Since pandemic came into our lives. Okay, before I delve into the topic of servant leadership, let me give a quick introduction about myself. Ashutosh Bhattodekar here. Around 21 years of experience in the industry. I'm an enterprise agile coach, a coach, a trainer, and a consultant. And I help organizations transition and transform from a traditional way of working into an agile way of working. Very excited to present my talk. So I will be talking for around 20 minutes roughly, 20 to 22 minutes roughly. And then meanwhile, if you have any questions, feel free to ask those questions. I will have a look at the questions and then I will be answering those questions. My full name is Ashutosh Bhattodekar, so you can connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm also available on YouTube in a channel called Agile Coaching and Leadership Transformation, and also on Meetup and Pune Agile Thought Leader. So that's the community which I run. All right, let us try to understand first what exactly is a VUCA world all about, right? And VUCA world, as we all know, right, it's a world where things are very, very chaotic. It's a world where things are very, very confusing, very, very complex and uncertain, right? So if you look at our last 2 years, right, I mean, we would have seen that, all the 4 boxes, what you see here are tick marked in our life. Lot of volatility, right? Lot of changes happening in the way we work, the way we interact, the way our social relationships have been established in last 2 years. Lot of uncertainty, right? I mean, just last month I thought that now COVID is gone out of our life, but then again it is roaring back again, right? It is roaring back again, as we can see with the number of cases rising across major metropolitan cities. Things are
Excuse
not
me,
clear, right?
excuse
Yeah.
me, Ashutosh. Your screen is going black from time to time, so can you keep it constant, please? It's come back again now.
Okay, wait a minute, let me check
Okay.
once again. Yeah,
We
one
have
minute.
a
Give me a minute, I'm just checking it back once again. Is it better now? Is it visible?
no, we don't see anything.
Okay.
There is that option, share screen.
One minute. I'm just I'm just putting it back again. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to share it back again in a minute.
Okay.
Is it visible now?
Yes, it is. Now, if you go to next one, these are your LinkedIn, and then if you go forward, I think we come to the agenda.
Yeah, it is visible now, right?
Yes, it is now.
Okay, great. Okay, so let me continue from where there was an interruption. So I was talking about the VUCA world, and I said what I said was that it's a world where things are very, very volatile, which means we don't know what is going to happen next. It is a world where there is a lot of uncertainty around it. It's where there is a lot of complexity, right? Things are not straightforward. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. In fact, now it is 1 + 1 = 3 is what we have here. And it's a world where things are a lot of ambiguous, right? I mean, we might have a messaging from a leader, and later on that messaging might undergo a 360-degree change, right? So that's the world. Welcome to the world, which is popularly called as the VUCA world, or what we call as the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity world, which is there. Right. And one question which always is asked today is that, are the leadership styles which we have been following in, let's say, last 15-20 years, are they relevant now? Right. And we all have been used to what we call as the traditional leadership style. And what is a traditional leadership style? The traditional leadership style is typically a command and control leadership style, which is there. Okay. So that's what we call it as the leadership style, which is there. Okay, I'm getting a feedback that the screen is not properly visible. Can I have a quick check? Is the screen visible to everyone? Can I have a quick show of hands here before we move ahead, just to make sure that okay, great. Okay, I think yeah, you can just put it in the chat box so that it is clear. Is it clear, Dhira, the screen?
Yes, the screen we see is called The World Today.
Correct. And it is fully visible, right? It is not truncated, right?
It's the second row is truncated.
Wait a minute, let me check then what is the problem. Okay, wait a minute. Is it better now?
This is good. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I was talking about the VUCA world and the world we live in, and will a traditional leadership style work in today's VUCA world? And that is where my topic of discussion is. Now, when I was researching on this topic, or when I was discussing about this topic, or thinking about this topic and discussing with my peers, one interesting artifact came to my mind, right? And I got hold of a very interesting artifact, and this no prizes for guessing. This movie is, I think many of you would have watched this movie. It is The Lion King, and this was released much before pandemic. This movie got released much before pandemic, and one quote which came out of that movie was the leader of the tribe there, leader of the animal kingdom, the lion there, talking about the fact that while others search for what they can take, a true king searches for what he or she can give. So leadership is not about grabbing everything. Leadership is about giving something, right? Giving something back to the community. And which is what actually triggered a lot of thought process into my mind, that the traditional leadership style, what we have, right? Is it really going to work in today's world? Because there, the leader is more like a command and control leader. The leader is someone who's trying to grab all the attention, all the accolades. Rather, what is needed in today's world is a leadership of compassion, a leadership of empathy, and a leadership of giving away. So you have to give more, right? Whether you are a test manager, whether you are a DevOps lead, you have to make sure that your team learns more from you. And you as a leader is the one who's that guiding light or that lighthouse for the team. And which is where this idea about this presentation came to my mind. Servant leadership as a concept is not a new concept. I think if you can go back in history, we will see servant leadership has been practiced since ages. And although its origins come from the political world, its origins come from the social world, it has been practiced a lot, I would say, even in the corporate world now. So Robert Greenleaf, incidentally, is the person, the author of Servant Leadership, and he came out with a paper on servant leadership in the article what he published in Harvard Business Review in 1970, where he talked about the leader being the servant to the team. Okay. And then of course we have a lot of literature also available on this. This book doesn't exactly talk about servant leadership, but it talks about building our organizations from a red zone, which is a heavily command and control organization, into a teal organization, which is an organization which is based on empathy, wellness, and compassion for the employees. Right. So definitely there will be questions that does servant leadership work in a corporate like where we are working, or does it work in a technology world? Does it work in an IT world? And I do have a couple of examples where servant leadership actually has worked in the IT world also, in the software world also, where we see servant leadership giving you spectacular results. Yeah. So the example which I have is from HCL. Right. Those of you who are working in HCL, or those of you who have worked in HCL in the past, I'm sure you have heard this name, Vineet Nair. He has actually written a book on servant leadership, which is employees first, customers second, turning the conventional management upside down. We always used to say that customers first, right? The customer is the king. But here is a CEO who was radical enough to implement a change where he said it is not customers who are first, it is employees who are first. And then, of course, we have other pieces of literature available from Simon Sinek, his famous book on leaders, and also from Richard Branson, clients do not come first, employees come first. If you take care of your employees, they will automatically take care of the clients. Now, as I was researching on this topic, as I presented this topic, we all have also been facing, I think as leaders, one of the challenges we have been facing is the great resignation, right? All of us have heard about it. All of us have experienced it in our teams where there's a huge attrition. And one misconception is that people are leaving jobs for money. No, money is just one of the factors, I would say. I'm not denying that it could be money or salary hikes for which people are leaving. But I would still rest my case with that old adage which says people don't leave organizations, people leave managers. Right. And this is the need of the hour. This is where I feel that even as managers and leaders, we have to change our leadership style. We have to completely do a 360, 180-degree turn from a command and control leadership style to a empathy-based, compassion-based servant leadership style. And it is more required in the VUCA world, I feel. So what does it take for me as a leader to bring that change in myself? What are the key attributes of a servant leader which I need to imbibe in my journey towards this culture, right? I mean, how do I change? It does change, believe me, is not going to happen overnight. It is going to take a lot of time for this change to materialize. And we might need a coach, we might need a mentor or a guide who will walk me through that journey. Okay, so in the next slide, I have tried to list down some of the attributes which I feel are good qualities of a servant leader. A servant leader, I feel the first and foremost thing is we have to come out of the mindset of, I would say, giving orders to the mindset of coaching the teams, being a mentor to the team. I think that's one of the first radical step which is needed. So a servant leader is someone who's a coach, mentor, or a guide to the team, a person who's willing to work with the team, a person who can identify the shortcomings of the team and guide and coach them towards the next level of improvement, right? So as a coach, I should be convinced that the person whom I'm coaching is not currently working up to, sorry.
Sorry, Ashutosh, it keeps going off and on. We come back again to coach, but it goes black from time to time, your slides. Okay, we are on to what qualities should a servant leader possess?
Yeah. That is the slide. That is the correct slide.
Okay.
Yes. That is yeah. Okay. So what I was telling was that one of the first qualities which is required is that of a coach, someone who's a guide and a mentor and a philosopher to the team, right? Someone who knows the shortcomings of the team. That is what we call it as a coach, right? A person who can help the team, a person who can guide the team to work in an adaptive environment. So this is one of the first qualities which every leader should be imbibing, right? Change over from a dictatorial attitude to a coach attitude, okay, to be that coach or a guide to the team. In fact, nowadays they're also encouraging CEOs, CIOs, and CXOs to put on the coaching hat more than, I would say, a command and control hat or a dictatorial hat. Moving on to the second quality which a leader should possess in this VUCA world, I believe that as a leader, we provide that cushion to the team. We are that safety net. So we encourage our teams to experiment. We tell the teams that you are free to experiment, but if you fail in that experiment, we have that protective cover or we have that cushion which is available to. As a leader, it is very important to give that cushion or a support to your team, right? Because if your team members fall and if you don't provide that safety net or a cushion, they are going to be hit badly, right? So you act as a net to the team. And because if you don't have that safety net, right, if you don't convert yourself into that safety net, your team members are never going to innovate. Your team members are never going to experiment, right? So the second attribute is that of a safety net or a cushion which you have to give to the team. Moving on to the third attribute, and I always say, before I move to the third attribute, safety isn't expensive, it is priceless. So you have to give that priceless support to your team, because if they fail, as I said, they have you, your backup is available in form of you, who are going to take up that, absorb that shock which is going to come with that failure of the experiment. The third important thing is a leader has to be very grounded. So the Lion King movie taught us that even though I am the king of the jungle, even though I am the king in that entire animal kingdom, I am very, very down to earth. I am very, very humble and very, very, I would say, grounded personality which is there. So I always believe that gone are the days where leaders sit in their own cabins, right? And they're completely aloof what's happening. In fact, time has come to unshackle the cabin. A leader is someone who should be at the center of the team rather than someone at the top of the team. Someone who's at the center of the team around whom the action is going on. So a leader should actually be having a 360-degree view of the team, and sitting at the center will only give me that, right? So we always say, right, I mean, courage is grace under pressure, right? So courage is not something shouting at the team. Courage is not always trying to pinpoint the blames in the team or trying to figure out what things are wrong in the team. Courage is about also being humble. Courage is also being basically accepting that these are your mistakes. This is what I have faltered at, and now is the time for a course correction. So that is what I would say as one of the important quality of a servant leader. Being humble is the new thing in. Okay, another interesting thing about the role of a leader is celebrate, right? And when I say celebrate, it is not just about celebrating success. It is about celebrating failure also. I don't know how many of us celebrate failure, but celebrate failure is also very, very important. And there are ways of celebrating failure. This is a very interesting picture which I have thought I will put in here. These people are celebrating the hard work they have done. This is a true picture from the Empire State Building when it was under construction. And since I'm in a testing event, let me put it in this way. How many of us can give a confidence that this beam will perform as intended? This is an under construction beam, mind you. And these people are giving a strong message to the world that come what may be, this beam is not going to collapse. How many of us can say with confidence that the code which has been tested recently will not have any performance issues in the production environment? I think this is a picture as an inspiration for all of us as testing as and automation and DevOps professional, that come what may be, my code is going to be robust. It will withstand all the stress and endurance which it will undergo. And come what may be, it will fly like a knife through the butter in the production environment. Now, I think this is a picture which reflects that behavior, right? So diamonds are nothing more than chunks of coal that stuck to their jobs together, right? A very famous quote by Malcolm Forbes. So celebrating success, celebrating failure equally, both are equally important. The next I would say is a culture of openness and transparency. Don't hide anything from the team, right? Tell them the facts, tell them what is the reality is, because only if you as a leader will be transparent to your team, then only the team is going to be transparent. Otherwise, even the team will get into a habit of not reporting proper status, not giving you full insights into the problems what are being faced. So transparency doesn't work only one way. So if I expect you to be transparent, you also need to and you are also expecting me to be transparent. It has to be a give and take, right? I cannot hide information from you and then blame you and say that, okay, you were not transparent to me. Whereas the fact is that I myself have not shared that full information with all of you. Okay, yeah, it takes a lot of courage to show your dreams to someone else. A very famous quote, right? So be transparent, be open, and have that culture of openness in your teams. Last but definitely not the least is basically a motivator. A leader has to be always motivating the team members. There are going to be situations, scenarios where days are not going to go as expected. Things will not be hunky-dory. There will be a bad Friday and a good Monday, or vice versa. It is always going to be there. So a leader is someone who has to motivate the team, cheer up the team. So if the team performs badly, you have seen in matches, right? Even if the team has performed badly, the coach is there to support the team. The coach is there to guide the team. The coach is there to basically console the team. That's the role which a leader will have to pick up, right? I always say that a leader is a CMO, not the chief marketing officer, but the chief motivating officer for the team, right? So believe in strengths and respect my limitations, right? At the end of the day, as a coach, as a leader, I should be convinced that the team did the best what they could do in the prevailing circumstances, and then keep on motivating the team at periodic levels, right? So don't shout at the team, let them first cool down after like what coaches do, right? Like sports coaches do. The match is a bad one, but don't immediately talk about it. Let there be a cooling period, and after the cooling period, you can go ahead and you can discuss about what went right, what did not go right, and what are the areas of improvement. Yeah, so I had covered some of the key insights, or what are the 6 major factors or 6 major pointers what a servant leader should possess. He or she should be a coach. He or she should provide a safety net. He or she should be down to earth and humble. Someone who celebrates with the team, someone who's transparent and open, and someone who's a motivator. I feel that these 6 attributes every leader should be having in the VUCA world, because it's not the traditional world. Gone are the days where command and control could fly. Today, we are in the midst of a COVID crisis. Today, we are just recovering from it. But then we also have other challenges like the great resignation and skills, shortage of skills. But if as a leader, I imbibe these skills, I'm pretty sure that many of the factors like attrition, many of the factors like demotivation of my teams, those negative factors will move out from my engagement, and I will have a better quality of, I would say, employees with me if I as a leader am able to imbibe these qualities. So on that note, I will open the floor for any Q&A. I know there are already some Q&As which are already there, which are in the shelf. I will just have a look at them, and I will try to answer your questions. Okay, so I hope this short presentation was helpful to all of you. And let me now open up the floor for any questions. So I'll just open the floor for any questions which are there. Yeah, anyone, any questions, please feel free to type in the chat box. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions around it.
So far, we haven't got any, Ashutosh. So just let's give it a minute. Let us give it a minute for people to come in. Okay.
Sure. No problem. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyone, any questions on this? Anyone, any quick queries on this?
Okay. So I think you summed up the points very well. So if there are not any more, we might stop a little early and then go on to the booths to view the booths and also to network. I don't know if we. No, there doesn't seem to be any questions at this point. So let's stop early. Yes, let's stop early now. And can I please invite the delegates to go to the booths, visit the sponsors, ask them questions. And also I'd like to remind you, please, to complete the feedback forms that we had sent you with the joining instructions. These are absolutely invaluable to us because they help us to put together a program for what you are looking for, rather than what we put up based on our ideas. So let's stop now, and we'll see you back at 14:38. And thank you very much, Ashutosh. That was a really very precise and very clear presentation of who a servant leader is and what we should be doing within our organization. So thank you, and I'll see you again at 14:38. Thank you. Bye.
Sure. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
It was my pleasure presenting. Thank you.
Thank you. And we come to our next presentation, which is on low code by Marjanel. And she will talk to you about how this miracle will take place or not. And of course, she will introduce herself. So over to you, Marjanel. It's 20 minutes and then question answers. And can I please ask delegates to put your questions up on the Q&A panel as you think of them? Thank you.
Yes. Well, I am going to talk today about low code because that's my thing. I love low code. And my talk is about the miracle that is never going to happen. Well, what to expect? low code is hot and happening. I think so. A lot of people think so. It's about making apps with less resources and quicker time to market. So that sounds like magic, but why is my title being pessimistic? Well, because there are at least five pitfalls that I want to discuss with you. I will talk about restrictions of platforms, vendor locking, citizen developers, load and performance with the low-code development. But because nothing is all black and white, I will also talk a bit about that and my future talk. So let's get started. I'm Marjolein Pordon, and I am working for 5 years now in software testing at Squarist. And 3 years ago, I came in logo development quality, because I got a project that they said, well, we need to test low code, and I really thought it cool and fun. So I talked with the director of Squarist, and he said, well, I need a chapter lead on low code. Do you want to do it? And I said, yeah, I would love to. Also, I'm thought leader on low code, and with so much low code around me, coworkers started to call me Lady Low Code. So that's about me. Then about low code. So what is low code? I like to talk about low code or explain low code by way of Disney. The footage is not mine. None of the footage I use in the presentations is mine, but it's very useful to explain what low code is. So let's start. As you can see here, Disney reuses scenes in different movies. Why do they do this? Because making drawings, making sketches takes a lot of time and effort, and it's quite costly. So if they can reuse certain drawings in their movies, they can invest more in more complex scenes, and that's exactly what they do. And also low code works the same way. Why invent the wheel over and over again if you can reuse blocks of code? And if you reuse those blocks of code for the easy parts of the system, then you can invest in making the complex parts more special and more customized. So that's why I think Disney and low code are connected, and it's easy to use Disney to explain what low code does. Because you see the different backgrounds that Disney use. It customizes the drawings, and so does low code. So what is low code? The magic of low code is you choose the pre-coded blocks you need, you build your app, and you use the app. But is it that easy? Well, if you follow low code and you see the promise they make, it should be. It should be simple to develop, it should be fast to develop, and it should add value to your company and to your business. But what are pitfalls? Well, I'll show you one, this, and this also is not a video of mine, because my boyfriend would not like if I did this to the microwave. What if you were boiling an egg in the microwave? Why wouldn't you? It's quicker, it's easy, you just put the egg in, you don't have to boil water. Ooh, no, maybe not such a good idea after all. This is also what happens with low code. If you do not use the platform as it's intended, if you do not keep to the standard, your system will explode. It might not do it exactly at the beginning. It might even take 6 months or a year, but sooner or later, if you do not keep to the standards of the platform, the restrictions of the platform, you will have an exploding system. So to boil an egg safe and with good quality, you need to keep to the standards. You need to boil water, you need to put the egg in. Then you still have customization, because you can use a hard-boiled egg, a soft-boiled egg. You can add salt or pepper to your egg. It's all possibilities. But the standard is, don't put an egg in a microwave because it will explode. So that's the first one, the restrictions of low-code platforms. But what about vendor locking? Well, I found a comparison for this. Children want to build with a lot of construction toys. They might have Lego, K'NEX, brushing blocks, all kinds of construction toys. And they want to connect those together. They want to build with Lego and K'NEX at the same time. They make one car with using both Lego and K'NEX. But Lego doesn't want you to do that. They want you to use Lego. That's what they guarantee will work. That's what they want you to buy. Well, one company said, I want to do what the kids want. So I'm going to make a universal construction kit that can make K'NEX work together with Lego, or brushing blocks with another construction toy. This also can be done for local platforms. Local platforms wouldn't want you to do that. They want you to use their platform as it's meant for them to use. But I think it can be done, just like with the universal construction kit. It's compliant, but is it working? Well, let me show you some examples of kits who made things. It's working. It might even look creative, but is it really what you want? Is it going to be robust enough? Is it going to be the quality you need? Is it going to give your customers what they want? So things are possible, but vendor locking is an issue within low code. And maybe, again, you should stay with this restriction. So up to the third one. This one, stick with me, because what have citizen developers to do with clothespins? Well, this is it. Clothespins are used to hang your clothes, to dry them after you've washed them. But what if you use a clothespin to hold up a spoon that it doesn't fall in your pan, or use it to save your cables from all cluttering together? So there are multiple uses for clothespins. Well, citizen developers in general are business people, like business analysts or product owners, or people with a lot of business knowledge. And they are asked to learn how to use the platform, to develop on a local platform, and then they have multiple uses. They also learn new things, and they get different ambitions. Well, the problem is, what we see in the market is that a lot of citizen developers learn to develop and become even sometimes quite good developers, not only on the platforms, but also learning programming languages, being quite more professional than they started as citizen developers. The risk you have as a company is that the change in ambitions will lose you not only your citizen developer, but also your business people. So like with your clothespins, make sure that whatever you use them for, that in the end, you still have clothespins to dry your washing. Then the fourth, load. Load is a big issue within low code. Again, I will make a comparison. This is a non-existing festival, load-free festival. It's free, as the title says. And before COVID, to this festival came 10,000 people every year. It was quite regular to say no more than 10,000 people would attend. So after COVID, they said, well, people are stuck in the house. They want to go to festivals. Let's be on the safe side. Let's double our the room we have to let people attend. So but let's say we expect 20,000 people attending. And then we're definitely safe. Well, in real, 100,000 attended. And it was chaos. It resulted in fights, angry customers, and the festival needed to shut down. What we see, even in with our clients, is the same thing happening with low code. They have a platform or an app built, and they say, well, let's start with 500 attendees in a load test. And the system fails. But they don't want to have 500 attendees. No, they want to have at least 5,000 or 50,000 using their app at the same time. So what we see with this fictive festival is the same we see happening in low-code development. So scalability is very important. You need to think of scalability. You need to be able to add people to your system. So if you do not have the ability to scale up, When more people are attending, you're definitely having a problem within low code. So what happens if you exceed expectation? You need to think about that. Then last but not least, performance. I would like to compare performance with hop on, hop off. If you do exactly what is offered in the platform, you should be able to go from A to B in the quickest route, as well in development as also in your business flow. And that's what you want. You want an efficient way of working. You don't want to have the tourist route. Like if I start my working day and I start my laptop and my the systems that I need, I don't want to have the tourist route. I don't want to have to first go through 3 systems to make one change in one small piece. So if you do not have the right way of using code and using the platform, it might be that you have some processes twice in your system, and it will make your system slower. And sometimes it's not evident in it at first, but only after a year or 2 years, your system is really, really slow. And then it's like hop on, hop off. You see all of London and all you wanted to see was the Big Ben. And no one can bring you straight to the Big Ben. So also performance is a very, very big issue within low code. Be sure to know what you're doing. Make sure you have the right business flows and also the right use of the platform. So like I said, it's not all as black and white. These are issues that happen a lot within low code development. But let's be clear, miracles and magic are no given. It's still software development. It still asks of you investment. It asks that people know what they're doing. Platforms are aware of the issues and they are adjusting. They are looking into what can we do to make our platforms even better for performance, load. How can we minimize the restrictions and optimize customization? What can we do to make it more rewarding for citizen developers to stay on our platform, to give them more challenges to exceed themselves? So companies should also start being aware and adjusting to low code, because if they do, then the magic can be really there. Because if companies also adjust to the platforms and platforms are learning to adjust to the companies, they both can make low code even bigger and greater than they were, and magical and miracle will happen. So for future talks, I want to dive in those 5 subjects that I mentioned more deeper. I will start with performance. The date is not 100% sure yet, but if it all goes well, it will be the 7th of July in London, and I hope to meet you there. If you want to contact me, you can contact me at LinkedIn, email, or through social media looking for Lady Low Code. Thank you very much, and now I will look at the questions in the Q&A.
There is one here.
Yes, I see it. Would it be more convenient to educate a business senior as a citizen developer or hire a lead developer in the use of the platform? That's a very good question, especially because in my current project, I have both. So they have educated business seniors as citizen developers, but also hired lead developers in the use of the platform. And what is nice is they're both junior, because the lead developer is junior in the use in how the company works and the business knowledge. But the citizen developer is senior in the business knowledge and not in the platform. So they can help each other and they can challenge each other. And we see that it's working very good. So ideally, you have both. You have at least one lead developer in the use of the platform, but also a citizen developer who knows the business. And together they can work very fast and make good quality low-code software.
Okay. Okay, until some more come in, Marginal, do you want to highlight any of the main points? Oh, there is here another one.
Yes, I see there. Is there a risk in business roles could get too distracted from their day job by focusing on development? Yeah, that definitely is a risk. Because in a previous project, I had people working on developing the system, and they didn't get time off their day job. So they were really struggling, and we made sure that the CEOs understand that to do this, you really need to have time off your day job. This is a full-time project. We see it in my current project. People get full-time off to do this. If you develop for low code, then you don't have time to also do sales or pre-sales, or you really need to focus on what you are doing. So yeah, you need to make sure that these people have all the time they need to learn to develop and to make it work. Another question, more general, I think, is it different than no code? Well, I think that there is a how do you call it, several levels. No code, you should only, like WordPress, you can click, drag and drop together a website. That should be no code. You should have no knowledge of coding. You can use the platform that easily, and you have no need to code at all. With low code, it is necessary that you know at least a bit about coding, about releasing, about deploying, about load performance, security. Those things are becoming more important within low code, and there are several levels within low code. Sometimes you almost no code, but only a bit, and sometimes it's almost high code. For example, with ThinkWise, we see that it's almost impossible to do it as a citizen developer. You really need to be educated, and it's quite a hard platform. So that's definitely way off no code. But there are also platforms like Betty Blocks who are more close to no code than to high code. And I see one. This is, what is the common denominator between these 5 problems you mentioned with low-code development? Well, all comes together with, do you know the platform? Are you using it to the full extent? And keeping customization as low as possible. The more you customize, the more you have to invest, like with all development of software. The more complex you make the things, the more time it takes, the more cost it will take, the more risks you will add to your product. And the next one is, do you see examples of low code having dramatic impact on organizations' culture? Yes, definitely. With low code, you see that people are now, businesses are like changing their full system, their core systems, like ERP systems or CRM systems. And usually those companies are used to work on islands. So you've got a developer that's working on it. It's not that they're used to working in teams. They're not used to working agile. It's more like small projects they're working on. And you see within low code, if they really try to change their core systems, that they change everything. So they wanted to change to working from project like to agile. And they're making people work together that have never worked together before or used to work together. They were just putting on their headphones and starting to develop, and nothing more than that. So what we see within the bigger low-code project is that they change everything, and that's quite a change that's hard for people, because if you're used to just go sit behind your desk and do your thing, and all of a sudden you'll have to listen to a business analyst, help him understand what technically is possible, all those kind of things. Above all, you're also learning to develop in a low-code platform. That's quite a high change in your way of working. So yeah, we see that people struggle with that, and that sometimes CEOs don't understand that or don't see through that this is very big difference for their coworkers or their employers. So those organizations cultures are definitely things that also are a part of my day-to-day job. And that's what makes low code for me so interesting. And that's why I talk so much about low code, and I love it so much because it's so diverse. There's so much happening there. Difference in way of working. People, I need to help people understand what their jobs are, how to make quality a point of view. So yeah, I really love that, doing that.
Okay. And then there is one last one. Okay. Do you see the examples of low code? Or did we?
Well, I see a lot in at least in the Netherlands, in the industry. Like I had a steel company that was buying and selling steel, and even changing the steel that they bought so they can make it like saw it and bend it and things like that. And also now I am working for a tire company who has, while I think 80% of the European tire market in hand. So the bigger industries I see changing, because a lot of those industry had systems that they built on their own. They had developers in-house that built with COBOL or other quite older languages, and they see that those developers are less easy to come by, and they will transfer to low-code development. They want their systems to be built with low-code. So in that kind of industries, we see that that shift to low-code. And further, smaller companies, we have quite a few smaller companies who use low-code for simple adding to their website or applications. An example, a kitchen showroom saw that with COVID a few years ago, they had to close down on a Friday, and on Monday they had a war room together and said, okay, what can we do to reach our clients? And they say, well, we want two things, they said to the developer. We want the option to make an appointment at their own kitchen table with a designer, or an online meeting. Well, and they built an app at Tuesday doing just that. And the only thing they had to do on Wednesday morning was check if it both ways worked. So can I, as a customer, plan a meeting with a designer online, and can I plan a meeting with a designer at my own kitchen table? And that was what worked very well. Then you have a small company that can make its own application very quickly and without a lot of costs. So that kind of companies we also see it use.
Okay, I think one last question is, there's one last question, Marjanel. Specific industries, business.
Yeah, that's what I was just answering. So.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Yes. Okay, I think we got all the questions as much as we can. And thank you, Marjanel, for taking us through all the highs and lows of the low code. And it was very interesting. And as you said, that on 7th of July, we are planning to do an event on it with you. So we look forward to that. And you're also coming to the panel in about, I think 30 minutes. No, I think an hour's time.
Yeah,
so
that's correct.
So we'll see you there, and I think that's about it for the time being. We'll see you at the panel. And can I ask all the delegates now to go on to the next, move on to the next presentation by Tanya on adding DAST. So we'll see you, everyone there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, welcome everyone. We are almost coming to the end of the first day of our conference. We have Tanya Young to talk about adding DAST to CI/CD, and she'll introduce herself and take your questions at the end of our presentation. So, Tanya, over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Can you see my slides? Do they look okay?
We can see your slides.
Awesome. Okay. So I want to talk about how to add DAST to a CI/CD. So DAST means Dynamic Application Security Testing. Sometimes people call them a web app scanner, or people will say, your hacking scanner. But often when people put a DAST into a CI/CD, you get a reaction kind of like this. I added DAST to the CI/CD. And then Batman says, it's too slow. So what I want to talk about is how we can add DAST to a CI/CD without losing any friends. We don't want to make anyone upset about the security testing. The security testing needs to be fast. It needs to be accurate. We can't be breaking builds for no reason. And so we want to talk about how we can do it without making anyone else upset. We want to work with them and not against them. That's what I'm going to talk about today. So who am I? I'm Tanya Janka. I'm the Director of Developer Relations and Community at Bright. I'm the CEO and founder of We Hack Purple. I'm known as She Hacks Purple. I wrote a book. I do a lot of stuff, and basically I'm a giant nerd on the internet. And I'm pretty excited to tell you about ways that you could do more automation of your security testing. And so we're going to solve a problem today. So basically, insecure software is a huge, huge problem. And it is unfortunately the #1 cause of data breach around the world, whether it be web APIs or web apps. Unfortunately, we're really losing a big battle here. So that's one part that we're going to work towards solving. DevOps requires accuracy, speed, and automation. So there's other requirements too, but these are the ones that we are going to try to, sort of like rules we're going to try to obey. And DevSecOps, which is what us security folks do when we're in a DevOps environment. It requires testing from multiple angles, not just one. It requires good relationships. So if everyone hates the security team, you can't work well with Dev and Ops. So we need to have good relationships between all three groups. And we need to fix bugs as soon as possible in the system development lifecycle. We always want that. It's not just a DevOps thing, but we really, really want that. So what the heck is DAST? So it stands for Dynamic Application Security Testing. So basically, there's a bunch of different types of security tests that are possible in the world. and this one is automated. And what it does is it interacts with your application. So it sends requests, reads responses, sends requests, reads responses. It tries to figure out, which inputs it can put something into and find a vulnerability. So it goes back and forth and automatically tells you what a bunch of types of vulnerabilities are that are in your app, and then it usually gives you instructions on how to fix them. And so this is what a DAST tool does. Your app has to be running somewhere, like on a platform as a service, a container, a VM. It doesn't matter, but your app must be running somewhere for it to work. Okay, so why am I talking about DAST? If there's a bunch of types of security testing, why am I talking about that one? The reason is that literally anyone with almost no training can run a dynamic scanner on your website and then find real vulnerabilities. The DAST tools specifically are really easy to use. The results usually, like I said, have instructions on how to fix the problems you find. You basically just press a button. But unlike static testing, software composition analysis, secrets, all these other things, they need access to your written code, which on the internet is not there usually unless you're open source. So DAST can be run on any app around the entire world. If it's on the internet, you can point it and find vulnerabilities. So we need to fix those things first. Also, I just think it's fun when I find a bunch of vulnerabilities really fast, makes me feel really smart. So that's the third reason why I like DAST. So what is DevOps? So I'm going to explain very briefly what DevOps is, but spoiler alert, it is not paying one person to do two jobs. That's not what we mean. So DevOps is a newer and better way to create software. It concentrates on three things. I've heard some people say it's people, products, and processes. I'm like, I prefer to follow the three ways of DevOps, which means you focus on the efficiency of the entire system, and then you get fast feedback that is accurate, that goes to the correct person. And then the third one is continuous learning, risk-taking, and taking the time to improve your daily work. And so I'm hoping this is all a review for you because we have so many new things to come. So a bit more about CI/CD and DevOps. So CI/CD means pipeline software to test and release software and infrastructure. DevOps requires, these are the three ways, efficiency for the entire system. So not just Tanya's part, the whole thing. Fast feedback. We need to get accurate feedback that gets to the right people or the right place. It doesn't matter if you've got lots of awesome feedback going to all the wrong people. Then we want continuous learning and improvement of the system. And lastly, a thing that sometimes people get confused about is not all security testing needs to be in the pipeline if you're doing DevOps. Some of it certainly should be, but you can still do a lot of awesome, fast automation that is in line with all the things DevOps people want, but not in the pipeline. So let's talk strategy for adding DAST to a CI/CD pipeline. So I'm going to go over a few, and then we're going to go over different types of testing and ways that you can do testing with a DAST outside of a pipeline. And we're going to wrap up. So strategy for putting a dynamic application security testing tool in your CI/CD pipeline. So the one I see the most is running your DAST on full blast. Just pew, 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 running it as hard as you can. And when you do this, what happens is you lose a lot of your friends. So some DAST scanners give false positives, and a lot of them are extraordinarily slow. So if your pipeline used to take 8 minutes to run, and then you add your tool, and then it takes 8 hours, no one wants to hang out with you after. They're just like, you broke my beautiful pipeline. What is wrong with you? So that is the one we don't want to do. So we're going to give you lots of other options after this. So this is the one I'd say is a strategy, but it's a bad strategy. 2 thumbs down, would not recommend to friends. Okay, so here's a good one. Refining your scope using a HAR file. So a HAR file, that's an HTML archive file, can be recorded with an automated QA testing tool like Selenium. There's other ways to test them, but basically it's recorded with a browser what parts of your app you want to test, and it explores those things. And then it's like a scalpel in the hands of a surgeon. It's like, I will test only this tiny part, and it will go extraordinarily fast because it doesn't need to click all the links and catalog all of your different links. It doesn't need to explore. It's just like, this is where I'm going. I'm there now. I tested. I came back. I'm done. So this is a great strategy if you are doing, let's say, Agile, and you're doing new sprints every 2 or 3 weeks to just test that new functionality in your pipeline as many times as that developer or DevOps person wants. So at first glance, only test what worries you might sound ridiculous, but let me explain. So usually organizations and AppSec teams specifically have certain vulnerabilities that they're really concerned about, and others that they're just not ready for. So I've worked at places where they still have like types of injection in prod. They have tons of cross-site scripting everywhere. And then other ones where they are looking for significantly more obscure types of vulnerabilities. And so basically this strategy is to test only what you're working on eliminating now. So this means a subset of tests, which most tasks can do really easily. So the strategy works really well if you want to, let's say, eliminate an entire bug class or 2 or 3 types of bugs. So cross-site scripting and injection are definitely ones you don't want in your app. So you could start testing for those, and you do education and you do all these other things. And then once they have disappeared, then you choose another type of vulnerability and you go from there. And so you just test what you're currently working on eliminating to start. Also, this photo, I don't know what's up with it. I looked up subset on the Unsplash site, which is a site with beautiful photos that you're allowed to use in presentations. And this is what I got. So I don't know why, but it's a beautiful picture and I'll take it. Okay, so another thing is using only technology tests that are specific to what technology you're using. So if there's no WordPress in your web app, then you don't need to test for WordPress vulnerabilities. If you're using Ruby, then you need to do the Ruby tests, but you don't necessarily need to do the .NET tests or any other programming framework tests. If you're using a MongoDB database, you don't need to do MS SQL tests. So the idea is that it'll make it way, way faster to only test the things that actually apply to your application. Like if you're in Azure, you don't need to do AWS S3 bucket, privacy setting tests. So just remove all of those tests from the DAST. So there's a place where you can configure them, and basically every 200 is like, no, I'm fine. This will make your test run way faster. So I have a brief off-topic thing about testing APIs. When you want to test an API with a DAST, there is a secret. And basically, you need to make sure your API definition file is complete. So if you're doing OpenAPI or Swagger files, you need to lint it first. So there's linters on the market. There's some DASTs that will open up the API definition file for you, or sometimes they call it a schema file. They'll open it up and they'll tell you, like, listen, you have this variable and its username. And that's all it says. Is this a string? Is this a bunch of characters? How long can it be? How short can it be? What characters are allowed? Because we're going to reject everything else. And once you complete all of those things, which a linter will walk you through, then the DAST can scan it. Otherwise, if your file is incomplete, the DAST will say, oh, I didn't find anything. When really, there's tons of things there. But because your file was incomplete, it couldn't. So a lot of software developers, including me, before I switched to security, did this, where we made a mistake. And unfortunately, we did not complete the definition file. It's very common. So you don't actually have to put everything into the CI/CD pipeline to do DevOps, like I said. So here's other strategies that we can do for using DAST in a DevOps environment, but without putting it in the pipeline. But we still want to follow those 3 ways of DevOps, the rules. So the first one is scheduled, automated, regular scanning. So you could have, on Friday at 6 p.m., every Friday, you could have your DAST just start scanning this one. You could have scans once a month and have one every different night, and you just run it on full blast, do every single test, look at every single angle, do every single thing you can, and then have it email you and the devs or like the DevOps lead team an email with all the results it found. this is a thing and it works. Another one is doing one-off or manual scans. So this is something that a software developer could do on their own computer. So let's say, you're like, I think I'm ready to push out to the dev server soon and start showing my peers what I've been working on, but I'm going to scan it first on localhost and make sure it looks pretty good. And so you can do that. That's totally okay. And then you can fix those vulnerabilities you find and then pass it on and show your peers. And then you will be in a better place. Another way that dynamic scanning is used quite often is penetration testing. When a pen tester comes, they want to look at your app from 100 different angles, and they usually use many different tools. And one of the tools they definitely want to use is a dynamic scanning tool. And so again, that usually is a one-off thing. You often hire a consultant. They come in like, pew, 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 pew. And then, you get some results. So dynamic scanning can be done in many ways where it's still very effective. Also, I want to state that you shouldn't just do dynamic scanning. So I start with that, but I also want to do static application security testing, so where it looks at the code your team wrote, software composition analysis, which looks at all of the different components and libraries and tells you if any of them are on a bad list, that they are known to be vulnerable. Interactive application security testing. This is a binary that can go up inside your app and test from the inside out. And especially, this is the easiest one, secret scanning. All it does is just use regex to look across your entire code base and tell you, hey, there's a lot of entropy here, like a bunch of random numbers and letters and such. And I think this is a password, or I think this is the license key, or I think this is your API secret, whatever it is. And it will tell you, hey, that shouldn't be in your code, buddy. Please use a secret management tool for this. And so it'll find things you don't want in there. So I'm going to give you a bit of just an overall diagram of what dynamic scanning can look like in the system development lifecycle. So requirements and design, you don't have an app that can be tested yet. There are still definitely security activities I would love to see there, like security requirements in your set of requirements. In the design, we could do some threat modeling. We could apply secure design concepts. We could review our architecture with a security person. But dynamic scanning needs some bit of running app. And so the first thing you could do is security regression testing by creating security unit tests. And so that can be done in the coding phase. And basically it's negative tests. So you test to see that it can withstand a payload. It can withstand bad code and it fails gracefully. Oops, wrong button. And then the next one is a dev doing dynamic scanning against their dev server. So software developers taking power into their own hands and then deciding, okay, I'm going to scan my own app. I'm going to fix the things that I've found before I send it on to the testing phase. And so this is where the QA team would probably fire up the DAST and say, you just give her. Like if you're doing a slow, 2 weeks to test type of cycle, great. You run that DAST on full blast. You're doing waterfall, even if you have an agile testing sprint, or you just run it overnight one night if you're doing regular DevOps, but you still want to make sure you do a full test before you put a brand new app out onto the internet. Then you do manual testing. If there's a penetration test, again, they would use a dynamic scanner. And you're probably thinking, oh, and then we're done. No. Web applications age like cheese in the hot sun. They don't age like wine. They do not do well over time on the internet. So it's important that we tune a DAST and we put it in the pipeline. So we do subsets of tests. We use a HAR file to automate. We do all these things so it's fast. But every time we release something new, we still need a check. So that, when I say tuned, it means applying some of those strategies we talked about earlier. And then lastly, once it's out in the wild, it's just sitting there. You're technically maintaining it, but you're not really actively developing on it. Test at least once a month, but ideally once a week. Run it at night, do the full thing, and then get those reports emailed to you. And if anything new shows up, because dynamic scanners get updated all the time with new vulnerabilities to look for and new tests, then you can find out if something new came up in your app. So this is what DAST looks like in the CI/CD. So you're probably wondering, Tanya's very serious. How does DAST feel in the CI/CD? So forgive me if my previous diagram wasn't clear. In this diagram, I'll show you what it feels like to have a running DAST. So it feels kind of like this, a bit like that, sort of like this, but a bit more like this. Some DASTs feel like that or like this. But basically, I wanted you to know what you're getting into. And whenever I run a dynamic scanning tool, honestly, I just find it so fun. But to each their own. I guess there's a reason I was a penetration tester for a while. So in conclusion, we need to do dynamic testing because any person on the internet, not an advanced actor, any person can just run a dynamic scanner on any public-facing website and then find real exploitable vulnerabilities within minutes. So we have to be better than that. Automation is our friend. I hope you already knew that. Automation is my BFF, that's for sure. Dynamic testing in a pipeline must be fast and accurate. No one is going to be okay with you putting an 8-hour, 6-hour, 4-hour scan. And it just is not going to be okay. And also tons of false positives. It's not going to be okay. So we must follow these rules or we're going to get kicked out. We can do dynamic testing outside the pipeline and still be DevOps friendly. Like I said, we need to maintain good relationships with the developers and the operations folks, the DevOps folks, if we want to ensure their software is secure. Other types of testing are still needed if you want to have a very secure app, and I hope that you do. And also the people from Right can be rather silly. I can't help it, I'm sorry. Cats with laser beams, come on. Okay, so now I'm gonna give you a few free resources and then we're gonna do Q&A. So yes. Okay, so I have a podcast and every month I have an expert on and they teach us a little security lesson. It's free and you can expect it to be rather silly because I'm part of it. So these books are not free. We have to pay for books. I know it's the worst, but I really love these books about DevOps. So the DevOps Handbook, the Phoenix Project, Accelerate, the Unicom Project, and my book, Alice and Bob Learn Application Security. It's not a DevOps book. It is a security book. But we, of course, talk about DevOps. Or I, of course, talk about DevOps. I say we a lot. I would like to invite all of you to join the We Hack Purple community. There was a big announcement today how We Hack Purple was just acquired by Bright Security. And basically, we're putting all of our Academy courses in there for free starting today. So if you want to take a secure coding course or learn more about application security, etc., come on down and take some courses for free. So every single Monday on Twitter, I use this hashtag, Cyber Mentoring Monday, and I pair people with professional mentors so that they can learn more about security. So you can switch from software development or operations into InfoSec, or so that you can switch within InfoSec to somewhere else, or just go to the next level. Like I'm a SOC analyst, but I want to be a threat hunter. Like there's ways to progress up in your career and a professional mentor can help you. So if you are interested in that, check out this hashtag. I just joined Bright and they have a gigantic blog with like a zillion blog articles and they're all very technical and they solve a lot of security problems in those blogs. And lastly, resources are me. So I am She Hacks Purple all over the internet. I have a blog, I have a YouTube, a newsletter, all of it's free. This is kind of my jam. And so with that, I would like to say thank you so much for coming to my presentation today. I know it was fast and there was a lot of information. That's awesome. So are there any questions?
Yes, Tanya, as I said, I'll read out to you.
Yes, please.
The first question is, why should someone use DAST scanning over SAST or SCA?
Okay, so all of those are important. However, if you can only choose one, I choose dynamic scanning. And the reason is because literally anyone can point a DAST at any website on the internet. But you can't point an SCA or a SAS tool anywhere on the internet. So they will still find vulnerabilities for you, but every single vulnerability that the DAST server tells you is something that anyone could find. Well, when you're scanning with a software composition analysis tool or a SAS tool, like they will find vulnerabilities, but they have this huge advantage where they can see the code as well. So they're looking from a different angle. And so a DAS tool will find a bunch of things, a SAS or SCA will find different things, but any person can see the things from the DAS tool because your web app's on the internet, and they can't see the results of an SCA tool or a SAS tool. Plus, they're easier to use. DAS are generally easier to use than SAS. SCA is pretty easy. It's not too hard. Are there more questions?
Yes,
And
one
also,
more says.
I hope I answered your question. Okay. Sorry, dear.
Oh, no, sorry. The next one is, how does someone get started about learning about how to create secure software?
Oh, okay. So I'm going to give you an extraordinarily biased answer. So I would join the We Hack Purple community, and I would take the secure coding course. So it's a course that explains why we're doing it, how to do a secure system development lifecycle, and then a bunch of rules about, like, input validation. What is input validation? How do you do it, etc.? Why are we doing it? And so it walks you through all the things, and then it covers the OWASP top 10 as well, and it's free. So joining the community is free, and all the courses are free. If it costs money, then I wouldn't recommend it. Other things are, like, just let's say you're on the internet and you're trying to solve a problem. So you're like, oh, I need to do blah. And you're going to go look it up on Stack Overflow or someplace like that. Instead, look up the most secure way to do that thing, and your code quality will go up. Because whatever is the top on a site like Stack Overflow, it gets voted to the top. It's always the least secure way to do anything. It's always like all the security's been ripped off. Everything like that would be a protection or a layer of defense is ripped off because you're trying to solve a problem and you don't know why you can't connect, or you don't know why you can't do the thing. So all of those things at the top are always the least secure way to do something. There's always security measures that have been removed, and it's sad, and Stack Overflow knows. So they have a section about security within Stack Overflow. So look at the security section, or look up the most secure way to do the thing you're trying to do. Anything else?
Yes. The next one is, why do we have to tune tools when we put them in the pipeline? Shouldn't they just start to work?
So if you speak to a lot of vendors, they will probably tell you that. They'll probably tell you, yeah, just put it in there and it'll just work. But then it will run for hours and hours and hours. Like the average dynamic scanning tool runs many hours. And if you have a DevOps pipeline where it's like, okay, I build my app, that's 32 seconds. And then I'm going to copy the artifact over to the dev server. That's going to take 0.4 seconds. And you're like trying to make this really fast CI/CD pipeline so that you can run it many times per day. And then if you get to the security test and it runs 4 hours, that's why. Because what will happen, and I know because I've seen it over and over again, is one day your test gets turned off and you don't realize it because you're not looking, because you're trying to handle all of the pipelines. And before you know it, all of your tests are turned off in the pipelines because the software developers have deadlines, they have things they got to do, and you are in their way. It's not that they're trying to be malicious. It's that it's like, my code's due Friday. I can't have you running this for 8 hours. I have crap to do. Get out of my way. And so that's why we have to tune tools, because tools, even if it is a tool that claims that it goes in a pipeline and that it's really good and it'll be awesome, you have to tell it the specifics of what you are looking for. If you just leave it in an automated fashion, it'll check for everything, and it just takes a lot longer.
Okay. Then we have a question from Praveen, who says, any Dast tools you would recommend?
So I work at Bright Security and we make a DAST. So I'm going to recommend that one. I was their advisor for over a year and helped them design it. And then they acquired my company and I came on full time. And so I don't work for them by accident. I think it's very good.
Okay, that's good.
I mean, it's a predictable answer.
But still, if it works, it's good. So if you're doing IAST, would you recommend we still do DAST? Would it be an overkill?
Yeah, so I would say it really depends on what level of security posture you need. So if you need to be perfect, so let's say you're doing top secret things, let's say that your company is targeted by many malicious actors, let's say that you need to have a very high level of performance. So for instance, Google search needs an extraordinarily high level of performance. You know, the Amazon website, there's millions of people on it per day. It needs to have extremely perfect performance. But most places don't need to do that. Like if you sell, $2 million worth of chocolate bars per year through a website, and you have however many grocery stores that order your chocolate bars, like that is not the same level of security and IT perfection required. So if you need a very high level of security, yes, I would do IAST and I would do DAST. But if not, I would choose one. And so IAST is what happens at the end of the system development lifecycle. It's still very important. It still finds things, but basically it's a binary that goes inside your application. So it needs to work with your technology. So for instance, if you're doing a classic ASP application, most IASTs don't cover that. They just cover more modern technologies, while a dynamic scanner, a DAST, can point at any web app. So it goes up inside your app. And so if you run a dynamic scanner, you do a pen test, you do QA, you do all of these user acceptance testing, etc., while the IAST is inside your app, it will find lots of vulnerabilities. But if you put an IAST in your app and then don't use it, it won't find anything, because the way it works is when you interact with your application. It flows through the logic with you and looks for vulnerabilities. So you could definitely put an IAST in, be like, pew, 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 with your DAST, and you will find way more things with your IAST than if you do not do that. It's a good strategy for sure.
So it's not an overkill.
Oh, what is not working?
No, it says, would it be an overkill? That was the last bit.
Would it be overkill? It depends on the level of security posture you require. So like if you're a bank, you probably have zero risk appetite, right? All you do is handle money all day. Money is a giant target for malicious actors, for criminals, right? And so you need to have a very, very high posture of security, and an IAST could potentially find different things than a dynamic scanner, right? This is why we use more than one tool and look at things from more than one angle. So I don't think it would be overkill for every organization, but I do think for like the average organization, probably. It really depends on what assets you're protecting.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Tanya. We just run out of time by a minute, but this was a very involved and a very interesting presentation. And of course, we'll see you in half an hour's time at the panel.
Okay.
So I'm sure there will be more questions there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Hi, everybody. We are on to our last presentation before the panel. We have Victoria here from PeopleCert, and she's going to talk about why Agile, why we fail. So, Victoria, it's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. And thank you again for having me one more time. I'm always super happy to be with you guys. Your events are amazing, and we get to see a lot of interesting and great presentations, and some also great and super insightful panel discussions. So I'm very happy because today I'm going to talk about one of my favorite subjects, which is Agile, and specifically why we fail when we try to adopt Agile. So a little bit about me. I'm here with PeopleCert, who is the leader in the certification of professional skills. We have a portfolio of over 600 certifications, and the majority of the Fortune 500 organizations work with us for their reskilling, upskilling, and transformation of their human capital and processes. So currently the product for the Scrum and DevOps certification schemes, and I couldn't be happier because those two happen to be my top two favorite frameworks from all I've worked on or been exposed to. Regarding today's agenda, we are going to talk first on what it means to be agile, what is the importance in transforming, whether it is an agile transformation or any other type of transformation. We'll see the examples of Kodak and Netflix, and we will address the big why. Why is it that we actually fail? What are the reasons that make us fail? And lastly, we'll see how we can make everything work. So without further ado, I'm going to begin with the first session of my presentation regarding being agile. So there are a lot of frameworks. Many of you might identify some here on my screen that help us deliver value to our customers better and faster, whether we are using Scrum, whether we are using DevOps, extreme programming, Safe, Kanban, or any combination of those. And we do that in order to create more value. And I'm not on mute. For some reason, I believe that was on mute. To create more value to our customers and to improve the way we work and collaborate and our processes and everything. And what is and why do we have those frameworks? What are all those frameworks trying to achieve? Well, the main goal of Agile frameworks is to make the development quicker and smoother and to create an output that is going to satisfy the customer more than it was before. And it encourages us as individuals and as organizations to be rapid and flexible in how we respond to change. But when it comes to transforming and becoming agile, this is something that is way, way, way beyond just using an agile framework. Agile frameworks are necessary and we need them, but they are the tip of the iceberg. And the actual iceberg that is hidden below the sea is way, way bigger when it comes to actually embracing agility. I'm going to circle back to the Agile Manifesto and the 4 values of Agile as those was written back in the mountains of Utah for all of us to have to be on the same page. So the first thing that we have is that we want to focus on individuals and interactions over processes and tools. So how do your team collaborate? What are their skills? How they work with their stakeholders? How do they manage expectations? And not which process are they using and how am I going to have the better process or a better tool? Because at the end of the day, no matter which tool we have and how well designed the process is, if we have people that don't talk to each other and they are angry with each other and are happy with each other, the tool itself is not going to bring us any value. Working software over comprehensive documentation. We need products that work. We need products that create value. We don't need the documentation behind them. And I've had discussions with developers where they've managed to reach a level to how they code that they have made documentation almost a non-requirement. They have so minimal documentation just because they write good quality code that anybody can read, understand it, maintain it, that leads to great products. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. We want to collaborate with our partners and our customers. We want to have meaningful conversations, get their feedback as soon as possible, and not just spend time over negotiating a contract, whether it is scope, price, or anything else. And lastly, and very, very important, that encapsulates all the above is we want to focus on responding to change, not following the plan. Have a plan, follow the plan, discard the plan, have a new plan. You need to always adjust. Imagine if someone decided that they're going to open a factory that is going to make heavy jackets for extreme cold. And suddenly I take my magic wand and I transform and I take them, and now they're in Sweden. And not excuse me, now they're in Sahara. And nobody needs those jackets in Sahara, so they need to adapt and change and produce something different. It's the same thing with being a bank and having your requirements about your new e-banking, to which you haven't predicted having digital onboarding, and then COVID happens and people cannot issue loans, cannot issue credit cards because they are not eligible to go into the bank back in 2020 and 2021. So if you don't adapt to change, if you don't respond to what's happening around you, and you just stick to the plan, you might be driving right over a cliff, and you might actually fall down the cliff. So what's the difference between adopting Agile and between being Agile? So adopting Agile, which means doing Agile, it's just taking a framework and implementing it into a specific team or group of teams. It's something that is very local. You see all the results very locally. You don't require a lot of planning to the future, and you don't see a change in culture in general. You just see it for those specific teams. So it's like the fish that we see here. He acts like a shark, but he's not a shark. Now, when we transform, this is a very slow process. We need to plan in the long term, and this is where we become agile. It's not just our developers being agile; it's about the entire organization being agile. Because at the end of the day, if you have 3 Scrum squads in your organization and business is working on a totally different model, imagine how those requirements are going to end up on your hands, and how priorities are going to change, and how they're not going to respect your sprints. They're not going to understand that if we plan something before the sprint started, I'm not able to just go and stop it and start working on something brand new, if my sprint goal is still relevant, of course. So why it is important for people and organizations to transform? I'll start with the example of Kodak, who was the market leader in its industry. And in 2012, they filed for bankruptcy. So how did that happen? Here we can see the business model canvas of Kodak. Their value proposition was around selling cameras and films, cameras using films and films, processing film and R&D. Because they were making so much money out of film processing and selling film, they saw that this is their market. This is where they felt comfortable, and they say, I'm going to stay here. And the funny thing is that they were invested so heavily in research and development, where in 1975, they had the very first prototype of a digital camera, which we can see here. This is their engineer, Steven Sassoon, holding the very first prototype of a digital camera. And they said, you know something, I make good money out of film, and I don't believe that my users or anybody out there is going to ditch the feeling of an actual photography for having a small screen with a bad resolution for their pictures. Nobody's going to do that. And they were actually fighting with Fuji on that for almost a decade. And guess who has pictures now on small screens? Not just in cameras, but in our phones and everywhere. So by resisting to change, not making technology their ally, both for the business and for their R&D, and not incorporating innovation as a pillar to their strategy, they were disrupted. They had the opportunity to disrupt the entire industry, and they chose to stick with the plan. Out of the 4 values, they ditched the 4th value, and that made them file for bankruptcy. Now, on the other hand, we have the case of Netflix. Netflix started trying to disrupt the video industry at the beginning by giving you the opportunity to have at your door via snail mail 3 movies per month. You had the fixed subscription, and you had no late fee payments. You could return them within 7 days and some other cool stuff. So you didn't need to go to a Blockbuster or any other video lending service near you. You just wait at home, pick those movies, and they will be delivered at your door. But when the landscape started to change, when people started downloading torrents, when people were able to even see snippets of movies via YouTube or other streaming platforms, Netflix understood that they needed to change, and they did it by restructuring the entire business model. They started offering on-demand video any place. They had a huge selection, they have original content, and that made them the very first disruptor. And others followed. We have Amazon, Google, Apple, HBO. Almost everybody is following their lead into having streaming content. And at that stage, at that point in time, by embracing change and welcoming innovation and having technology as their ally, not sticking to the plan, changing the plan, they transformed their entire business and they became the disruptor. And now it's a critical moment again for them in history to show that they can do that once more and stay relevant. So why do we fail? We've seen an example of an organization saying, no, I want to stick to my plan, I'm going to sell film. And another one saying, okay, well, this is changing, I better get on board. There is a quote from Charles Darwin that I like a lot. It's not the strongest of the species, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. And if there is something that can stick to everybody from this session, is that the ones who adapt to change are the ones that are going to survive. When it comes to transforming your organization and embracing Agile, there are 7 missteps that if you do them, you are guaranteed to fail. We are going to see those missteps. So how can I do that and result in failure? So the very first is having a misalignment between your aspiration and value for Agile transformation. If you don't communicate why you're changing, how this is going to benefit the organization, how this is going to benefit everybody in the organization, your internal stakeholders, your external stakeholders, then people will not buy in. And if your people won't support your transformation, there is a very, very high chance that you're not going to be able to sustain it. Agile is not treated as a strategic priority. Many organizations say, I'm going to become Agile, XYZ team is going to use Scrum, the rest are going to use Kanban, and I'm going to also have a DevOps team. Well, great. But if it's not a strategic priority and you just said it once or twice and it's not backed up by senior leadership, but you don't have your champions, you don't have a clear vision, and it's not part of your actual strategy, there is a high chance that you're going to fail. Not putting culture first. Having discussed about the values of Agile, we understand that it requires a very different mindset. People working in Agile teams are transparent, have a great sense of ownership and commitment. They have the courage to speak up and come up with new ideas. They will not point fingers. They will not play blame games. They have a we mentality. So if we don't put culture first and we have people who want to hold on information, work in silos, micromanage, there is a very small chance that we're going to achieve our transformation. Not investing in the talents of your people. Imagine if all of us today, if I'm going to say, you know what, I want everybody to make me a creme brulee. And let's say that none of us knows how to do any sort of cooking. If I don't teach you how to do it and I expect you from you to cook the dish, most likely I'm going to get something that it's not a creme brulee. It might not taste like it. It might not even be edible. And it's not going to be your fault because I'm asking something that I haven't given you the right tools and skills and knowledge for you to accomplish that. Not fusing experimentation and iteration into the DNA of the organization. Going Agile requires change in the way we report, change in the way we visualize things, change in the hierarchy of the organization. And the biggest change is that we want to work and experiment fast so that we can fail fast and recover from that even faster. And without experimentation and controlled failure, we wouldn't have had currently antibiotics. Pasteur, by leaving one sample and that going rotten, he would have never discovered penicillin. Not having a stable backbone to support Agile, you need to build the backbone, you need to have the right structure, the right people to support an Agile transformation. And of course, not think through the pace and strategy in which you're going to scale it. Because when we're talking about Agile transformation, it's not just the developers, it's not just your technology department, it's the entire organization. And if you were to guess out of those 5-7 missteps, which is the one that is the most critical one, I'll give you a second to guess. It is culture. And it's not me saying that it is culture. It is a study conducted by McKinsey back in 2018 and showed that culture comes first. There is a meme that I like. It is a CEO and his CFO discussing. And the CEO and the CFO says, well, what if we start putting budget in training our people and they leave us and we have spent all those money? And the CEO says back, okay, how about we don't and they stay? How about we have people to whom we ask to become Agile and we never explain to them what being Agile means? So to wrap everything up, how do we make this work? With your organizations through 4 basic pillars. The processes that an organization has, the people within the organization, its human capital, the technology it's using, and the data it has. So for the processes to be designed, for the technology to be selected and be used, and for the data to be extracted and worked through to make sense, you need your people. Your people are going to design your processes. Your people are the ones who are going to identify the waste or any improvements. Your people are going to build your technology, sustain your technology, maintain it, and improve it. And your people are going to work on your data. So without them, no matter how good the process, how great the technology, and how many data you collect, you won't be able to make the most out of them. So the first step is to create an Agile mindset, and it's way harder than what it sounds. This is where we turn our focus to customer needs. We have cross-functional teams. We have a very team mentality. We're thinking, we focus on outcomes. We embrace ideas. We are proactive. We share responsibility, and we treat every problem as a learning opportunity and every failure. So there are 5 key steps which we can take into creating an Agile mindset. The very first is to embrace learning and experimentation. This is where we allow our people to innovate, and this is where we treat failures and problems as learning opportunities. Remember the case with Pasteur. That was a learning opportunity, and it gave humanity antibiotics, the chance to extend our lifespan and make our lives better. Establish roles and responsibilities. This is where this is very, very crucial, because when we're talking about Agile teams, typically we talk about teams that self-manage themselves, which means they decide on who is going to do what, when, on who is going to do what and when and how. So, and they hold each other accountable as professionals. So without them having a clear role and responsibility, this is not going to be the case. Share the responsibilities. Do not blame each other. Reduce the I mentality. Bring down your silos, have cross-functional teams, and make your knowledge global. One team's success can be another team's success. And last and very, very important, become customer-centric. This is your time to focus on your customers and understand what value means for them. And I'm going to wrap everything up with a quote before we leave from Jeff Bezos, Amazon. There is no alternative to transformation. Visionary companies will carve out strategic options for themselves and those that will not adapt will fail. Thank you a lot for staying with me.
Okay. Thank you, Victoria. That was very concise and apt. And we see you tomorrow at the other another panel. And now let's all go across to the last panel of the day, which is on enterprise test strategy. Okay, let's go across. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go.
Well, hi everyone. I expected Dira to do an introduction, but hi, I'm Marjolein. I'm the moderator for today, and we'll be talking about enterprise test strategy with Ashutosh, Mudit, and Tanya. So, welcome everyone. And if you want to ask a question, you can do that in the Q&A, and then we'll try to answer your question. So I found some definitions on enterprise test strategies. And one was it provides a framework for how Q&A drives quality throughout the lifecycle and provides foundation for cross-team collaboration, quality disciplines, and operating guidelines. It's quite an official one, and I think that it's also one that. But what makes an enterprise test strategy for you guys?
Who
All
should
right,
go
so
first?
yeah, I will try to go first then. Set a little bit of context. I think that would be a great start. First, thanks for having us here, and I'm looking really forward to having a great conversation with you all. And Marlo, and thanks for the introduction as well. A little bit about me. I'm working for a company called Lambda Test, and for past 4 years, I've been as part of director product. I've been involved and kind of interacting with a lot of enterprises, specifically in their testing needs. What are the problem statements and challenges that they are facing? So the difference starts to go when we talk about, let's say, enterprise test strategy is usually testing at scale. So somebody running tests for, let's say, a small company, they have, let's say, 100, 200, 300 test cases of specific type. Maybe they are only doing end-to-end test cases. But when the company starts to scale up, that number of tests start to increase exponentially. More number of services have to be tested, more number of pipelines that there are, more number of tools that they are using, and most importantly, there are different teams working across different, let's say, services. And all of that has to be clubbed together. All of that has to work in sync smoothly, and then only a quality overall product can be shipped. And of course, thousands of different challenges come across different area, how the processes work. Ashutosh would be able to help us out, how security of all of this works, and how test execution of all of this works, right? So multiple challenges on this. So from my context, I'm more have been doing a very deep dive into the execution side of things. And of course, even though enterprises have a very big budget to work on, execution, specifically the infrastructure to run that execution, has always been one of the bottlenecks. And we have tried to solve that out, and the new cloud products, they have tried to help that out, but still some challenges remain, specifically how to scale that up. And new tooling is helping that out. New ways to run those tests has been helping that out. Frameworks has been helping it out, but still challenges remain, right? So yeah, so anything anybody else has to add on to that?
Maybe I can go next. Yeah, I can go next if that's okay. Yeah, hi. So first of all, thanks. It's wonderful to be here with all the thought leaders here, and yeah, super excited to be in this panel. And yeah, I'm looking to learn something new from here, although I'm a panelist here. My name is Ashutosh, working as an enterprise agile coach, a trainer, and a consultant. So you might be wondering what I'm doing in an enterprise test strategy panel, but my previous experience has been in testing. So I've been a test manager for a few of the engagements. Now, coming to this enterprise test strategy, I feel that I mean, many people consider it like a like if an organization has got an enterprise test strategy, that is like a rock solid thing, and we have to follow in totality. I would say that it is more like a guidance document. It is more like a, I mean, I will fall short of calling it as a framework, because moment I call it as a framework, people will tend to follow it, right? I would say that it is something lesser than a framework. At the same time, it gives that guidance, and then it is left to the leader, the testing leader, or the test manager, or the program manager to figure out, okay, in the context of that test strategy, enterprise test strategy, how will my test planning would happen? What should be the level of automation? What should be the level of manual testing effort? How do I build across a testing skills, right? How do I make sure that the skills are transferable across the teams? So something which is more like a lighthouse or a guiding document, and then over a period of time, it is flexible enough for people to experiment. So I would say that would be my definition of an enterprise test strategy. Yeah, so happy to hear, Tanya, your views on this.
Absolutely. I believe that testing is really, really important, obviously. Quite often when I've seen enterprise testing strategies, the idea is we want governance. So we want to make sure the tests actually happen to every app and not just some apps sometimes. But I also think that enterprise test strategy depends upon the risks that the business have and I guess the type of business model they have. So as an example, I used to work somewhere and we made the election happen in Canada, and Canada is really big. And one of the things that we had to contend with was people in the Arctic still have to vote. So our app had to run on 32 kilobit modems, kilobit, not megabit, kilobit. And so we did lots of stress testing, lots of performance testing, lots of testing around memory leaks, and speed, right? Well, someone else where their app isn't just being used for one day every 4 years, someone like Amazon, for instance, theirs has different security concerns. So it handles money, which means people are going to try to steal the money. So I feel like enterprise test strategy will change from organization to organization, but it needs to involve, what does the business need? What is their risk appetite? And what are we trying to make sure they can do? And testing specifically to ensure that you can do that and beyond whatever you're trying to do, right? So if you're like, it needs to go on a 32 kilobit modem, that means you have to test it on a smaller modem. It was painful, but we got it done. Anyway, that is my answer. I hope that helps. And
Certainly, I think that opens up two specific set of questions. One, as Ashutosh mentioned, let's say who is writing tests, of course, and what to test and how much to test, like what we can automate, what we have to do manually. And as Tanya mentioned, like these are very edge cases, but they have to be tested because the system depends upon those edge cases as well, right?
Yes, in my current project, I noticed that they have no tester. I'm the test lead or the test manager, and I need to educate the business analysts and the developers to test. And I vote against that, but I'm not very convincing enough, I guess, because they still think that testing can be done by everyone. And well, we are still in the beginning of the project, so I say, well, we'll see. But I do think we need more skilled people. We need to make sure that people know what the risks are. Risk is the most important thing. And if you look from the business perspective, you don't see all the risks. So I'm very curious to know how you would think. Do you really need testers, or could you educate other people on projects, like the developers, or I certainly think that testers should be the ones to test and not developers or business analysts. But I'm curious what you think.
Could I go first this time since I went last?
Sure.
Well, I think
Certainly.
testing is a bit like cooking. So you know how technically anyone can kind of sort of cook, but you might not want to eat what they make. So I think everyone could do some tests, but they might not do a great job, if that makes sense. So for instance, like I like to give software developers some security tools, and I'll ask them, okay, so could you run a dynamic scanner, or could you go look at those SCA results, in hopes that they'll fix a bunch of things. But at the end, I still want a security expert to make sure they didn't miss anything, and like make sure we have the level of intensity. So I'm a security person, so I'm going to talk about security a lot. I'm sorry. But so I feel like if you can get people to do some testing earlier in the system development lifecycle and get things fixed sooner, that's good. But depending on them only for that, gosh, you need a special, amazing person that's like the perfect dev, the perfect security person, the perfect tester. It's a lot. You want the chef to cook like the super fancy meal. That's just an analogy. Who's next?
Yeah, I can go next. Yes, we do talk about in an agile world that it has to be a kind of a cross-functional skill. But I think, yeah, again, probably expecting the team to be all-rounder, like I'm a developer plus a tester, maybe a too early ask. I mean, especially for a team which is very early in their development, right? I mean, yes, over a period of time, we do have to build a T-shaped skill, as we all know, right? But at the end of the day, even when I talk about a T-shaped skill, and let's say I'm a developer, I might be able to do basic cooking, as Tanya was mentioning, right? Probably I would be able to chop the meat, or I'll be able to basically marinate it. But the final cooking has to be done, or the final baking of a cake has to be done, I would say, by the expert only. So yes, I mean, we might want to distribute the test cases by saying that, okay, in our zeal to make a self-organizing team or a cross-functional team, let the basic tests being done by developers, and then the other high priority test cases, we still leave it for an expert to be done. Yeah, I mean, I also feel that from my experience as a coach, it takes time to build that T-shaped skill, or the broken comb model, as we know, right? I mean, and then again, people are not willing to also learn, right? And many times they push back saying that, okay, why are you asking us to learn testing when my core skill is development, or I'm more from a BS side, I don't really want to write test cases. So I would say that, yeah, identify the traits of the people who are interested in picking up. Even my core skill is developer. If I'm interested in testing, identify those people and then train them. But then be a little cautious here. Don't expect them to perform miracles like what a professional tester would do. Yeah, that is how I would put this. Yeah, Mudit, you can go next.
Yeah. So I remember there was a post I came across around 2016 on in Twitter engineering blog. So
Mhm.
they were moving to what we right now call shift left, and they have created this mandate that any developer who is writing or releasing a feature, those guys also will have to write a test code. So what that actually means is that now developers are creating tests and maybe also executing them, but still the QA teams were not, I'll say, laid off, or the number of QAs in that company were not cut down, they increased. So developers specifically, in my experience, as I've seen, they are very good in creating unit tests, but end-to-end test and integrations is something that still an expert let's say expert overview is required, right? And the execution of those tests may shift toward the developer side, may shift toward the DevOps side when the pipelines are being run, when the developer commits a code. But the creation of those tests, still the major involvement of QA teams remain, because they have that expert eye, right, to see what is the exact edge cases that may break. And of course, when we talk about the testing pyramid, having just unit tests that are created by developers is not enough. You need end-to-end test as well. You need somebody to go a step back, see the overall big picture, see how what stuff the different developer teams are building. When they come together, what edge cases may break, right? So those kind of challenges comes only if there is a separate quality team who may not be in a silo. I agree with that they should be in a collaborative environment, but they should have an eye like what the rest of the team, what the overall development teams are doing, and giving a expert opinion on that side, right? So yeah, that's my take on it.
I agree with you, Midit. And what we see, at least in the Netherlands, is a few years back they said, well, test managers are no longer needed because we have cross-functional teams and we have Agile, and they're just a dying trade. And what we see in the last year is that test managers are asked back because with that whole enterprise strategy, they're losing the overview. They need someone who knows their way around testing and quality that can overview several projects and can help the testers in those teams work together in some kind of test guild. So I agree with you that even within cross-functional teams, like also Ashita said, you need someone with the overview. You need someone who can make sure that everything is done to test it. And like Tanya said, not sometimes some things, but throughout you need to know that the quality is I don't know how it's in English,
Reliable.
but yeah, reliable. Thank you.
I couldn't agree more with all of you.
So yeah, so again, it has been a age-old, I'll say, debate that is going on: who writes test, and of course who executes that. So tooling, as I mentioned, has been helping that out. People are using, let's say, different type of frameworks that are specifically in the automation side, because developers can also write tests, but at the same time, testers now also are enabled to understand coding aspects more, understand programming language more, and they are able to do better white box testing. Because they understand the inner working of the services, right? And as we are also moving toward microservice architecture, services to test and understand by a specialized team of testers is becoming, let's say, easier. Earlier, testers had to understand the whole product line, right? Everything that is happening in the back. But now they now have to be an expert in different smaller services. So they can do and understand the aspects related to development as well. And because they are able to understand that aspect, they are able to write better tests, because now they have best of both worlds. I'm not saying that they have to become developer as well, or so instead of bringing testers closer to developer, we can bring development closer to tester. So that's my take on it.
And yeah, I've also seen the role of a test manager also changing. I mean, that is also a good sign what I'm seeing. I mean, today the test manager, and I've seen some very good test managers also moving into an agile coaching space, right? It's not that they're restricting themselves to testing or they're just focused on testing. They're also part of the overall architecturing, solutioning, where a lot of their inputs are also taken. So that is a good trend also what I'm observing in this. So I won't really want to distinguish between a waterfall and an agile, because then it unnecessarily creates those compartments. I would say that most of the engagements today, what I have seen, right? I mean, they're a hybrid mode, what I usually see, right? It's a mix and match, right? Some part is traditional way, some part is still in an agile way. And then we have this coach who's trying to drive it. But I've also seen the evolving nature of a test manager. The role itself is not just confined to creating a test plan and tracking it and monitoring it. It also involves a lot of coaching activities from a testing point of view, like how to write good test cases, how to establish traceability, or for that matter, how to ensure that the requirements, and of course, we see that happening in the sprint reviews also, right? I mean, it's predominantly the testing team which is taking up the ownership of doing a demo. So I think that is another interesting and a good trend, what I have also been observing.
Of course, good testers are always a good product managers as well, because they have to understand end-to-end product line, right? So
True, that's true.
that's
Yes,
it.
even that I have seen. I mean, they've also migrated into a, either they come into a coaching role or they move into a product ownership role. That's correct.
Yep.
Well, and I'm a low code kind of girl, because I talk on Unicom a lot about low code. We'll do also some projects with Unicom on low code. But what do you think about low code testing tools? Because you have now test automation tools that have the low code principle, and they say, well, product owners can test and business analysts can test. So then, would it be possible then to make them more professional in their testing? I'm very curious what your point of view is on the low-code testing tools.
Sorry, what is logo testing tools? Like, is it a specific product?
Well, it's there. You have like LeapWork. I don't know if you know LeapWork. Well, they
So
are
I'm
considered a low-code testing tool, not a tool to test low-code platforms, but a low-code kind of way to use test automation.
Oh, okay. I
So
got
it's
it.
it's
Cool.
easier to
Sorry,
use test automation. No, that's okay.
I have a Canadian accent, so I was thinking low code was one like as in like low or no code. Yeah,
yeah.
okay, I
So
get
that,
it
Well,
now. Thank you.
is like that, but then for test
Yes, it is.
automation.
Yes, exactly. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Read it?
yeah. So again, more I think more around the codeless automation testing tools like Catalan, Selenium ID, LeapWork, Ranorex. These are there. So they are used, I'll say, and they have a big market share. But I am a little bit biased. I have more of a development background, so I was more geared towards scripting based tools because I feel that it gives me more flexibility, more control over what I'm writing. And also, though learning a programming language, that could be I'll say learning curve. But once you find people who knows, let's say, JavaScript or Java, giving a KT back to them, let's say knowledge transfer back to them, that this is the framework I built, these are the tests I built, it's become easier. You would be able to find better, let's say, developers who will be able to take that over. For low code tools, I've seen that specifically at the enterprise level, finding the right talent sometimes become a challenge because you need somebody who has done that kind of used that kind of tooling and at scale and are now able to scale that up further, right? So that becomes a challenge.
I would say that most security tools are no code at all. Like most of them, unless you're a pen tester, so pen testers tend to know how to script and how to code more. But even like app tech tools, where the idea is that you're the one trying to help software developers secure their apps. Generally, if you know how to code, you're way better at it. But they've made almost all the tools so you don't have to know any coding, which I guess is good because then you can hire people that don't have that background. But for app tech, you just if you know how to code, it's like you know how to cheat. If that makes sense, like you look at the thing like, oh yeah, I see what's wrong here, versus someone else that doesn't recognize any code. So they make it so you can use all the tools without having to code. It's an advantage if you know how. I guess that it helps a lot.
I understand because I'm now 5 years in the trade of tester, and I always kept test automation a bit from me because well, programming is hard, and then they can come low-code tools, and I thought, well, maybe that's easier. Well, I found out that it's still hard because if there are no unique IDs in your website or things, then you're still stuck. And so everyone tells me you really should learn how to script because it's really going to make it easier for you. And yes, it's going to take some time, but and I'm happy to hear from you guys too that it's worth my while to start scripting. So next week I'll start my Selenium course, certified Selenium tester. So I'm very happy to hear here also from you guys that it's good to learn to script.
Okay, so how many of you love coffee actually? I mean, I'll answer this question in a different way. How many of you are a coffee lover? So I'm a coffee lover. And there are two types of coffee we all know, right? I mean, there's always an instant coffee, and there's a coffee which we have to brew, and that smell which comes out, right? So I, being a coffee lover, right, I always love that coffee which I put it in that machine, and then it brews over a period of time. The color gets cultivated, right? And then we have that dark black color which flows out into the mug, right? So I am also more inclined towards the scripting part. I think you got my answer from that, right? I mean, yes, instant coffee will give you that immediate coffee, but if you are a really true aficionado of a coffee, you will always prefer a coffee which has to be brewed right from ground zero, and it has to be brought into that level of taste and consistency, right? And having said that, I also feel that if at all we are going to spend a lot of time on exploratory testing, right, because that is also, as a tester, we are very much concerned, right? I mean, how much of exploratory testing have we built in into the entire testing schedule? I have my own doubts if a no code low code framework will really help us do that. I mean, here I can actually generate some scripts around that exploratory testing part, and also from a security and port scanning perspective, right? I would still feel that a scripting would work out to be a better option than going in for a low code, no code framework. So I think that is how I would put it as a response to that question.
So I have a little bit different opinion on this, right? So exploratory testing, that's a very interesting point, and I think that is, for at least I personally feel, that is an area where a low code tool can in fact shine. The reason I say
Okay.
this, because exploratory testing is usually done at a edge case level that has not been automated so far, right? And if somebody is doing a POC, like whether this should be the use case that has to be automated, instead of writing a script, which may take some time, I just create
Okay.
let's say a low code scenario of doing that script, run it, let's say 4 or 5 times, see that this is okay, valid use case, now create a script for it, right? So I think that could be a possible use case for a low code tool, specifically around exploratory testing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, very good. I looking at the time, we have a little time left. Is there anything one wants to say to shut? Oh, wait. I will answer that, Neil, but I don't think we have time to answer it here. What the outline how low-code test tools relate to local development platforms. But I will answer your question here in the chat after the panel. Is there anyone who wants to have a final word?
Yes. Don't forget security testing, please.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Anyone else?
Nope.
Well,
So
I'm going to read your book, then I know more about security testing.
So
no,
I would like to end. I would like to. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Mudit. You were saying something.
Sorry, I just want to highlight, like, got to learn a lot about security testing and also agile coaching. I think that's a great conversation we had. Please, Ashutosh, go ahead.
Yeah, not on this, but I mean, exactly not directly related to this, but in one of the engagements, we actually came out with a very lean approach towards test strategy. So it was like a kind of a one pager or a one slider test strategy which we came across, and so we are trying to compress the entire testing into that kind of a mind map kind of a situation. So I think that was the strategy what we went with through it, like which test cases will be automated, which will be manual, which are insourced, which are outsourced. So that kind of a thing helped us create that. So the whole point I'm trying to make is that enterprise test strategy need not run into pages. It can be leaner. It can be much more simplified document than what we expect it to be. Yeah, that is how I would put it.
Couldn't agree more.
Well, thank you guys very much for this panel. I learned a lot. And I hope we meet sometime in real life, maybe at Unicom in October, I think. So thanks, everyone. Also, the people who are have joined our panel. And, well, I hope to see you soon. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Wonderful interacting with all of you.
I will answer Neil's question.
Bye-bye.
Bye.